What's going on, Nesty Besties? How is everybody? It's great to see all of you on this Monday morning. Afternoon. Wow, it's afternoon already. Okay. It might be morning for you. If so, good morning. Good afternoon and good evening to all of you. Hi. How are you? It's great to see all of you. Who do we have in the nest today? Let's see. We've got Nutty the Squirrel. She was first up. He or she, not sure, or they, I don't know. Okay. Nutty the Squirrel. Yeah. Beachy. We had a good conversation this morning all about produce, where grapes are grown, a hybrid. I mean, we have some experts in the chat today about fruit, and I am thankful for that. I'm glad you're here. Fluffy Doom. It's probably fresh and yummy. Yep. Let's ban those immediately. I agree. Alien. I believe it is more feeder corn because you should hear the music in the background if you haven't already. Hey, Alyssa. How are you? Nice to see you. You're here for some fresh and yummy? Oh, yeah. Melissa M., how are you? I hope you're having a great start to your week, too. BB True's in the nest. Oh, yeah. Witchcrafts, Panda Pondu, Big Mac, Kitty Velociraptor, Becca Boo's here. Yeah, Becca Boo's in the nest. May Faye, Kimber, Great Dane Mom. You're just listening? Okay. All right. No problem. When I was in line at Target with the slowest cashier, I had a Holy Spirit activate in my head. You can call upon it for strength. Lord, give me strength standing in this long line. Moonsong 28. Hey, Tiny Walnut. Fiona's mom. I'm glad you're able to make it today. How's Fiona doing? Awesome. Lexi 2002 is here. Miss T, Dry Girl. Steffi Jenks, you grew up eating a lot of those fruits? Oh, awesome. Shane is here. Poor Life Choices Simulator. I like that. Veruca Salt is in and out, but technically here. I gotcha. No worries. Tammy Lynn, good to see you. Noetic Justice, Dax Marshall, Cowboy Dog, listening while she works. Awesome. Emmy Wemmy, how are you? Ari M. Crystal Voss. You guys are just filing right in this morning, huh? I love it. Hot Tea. Dainty Gorilla, M. Hobbs, Monty B. Mix Joaquin, Peace Baby. Fiona's great. Excellent. I had a dog that had to go on medication for that, and it definitely helped a lot. The World According to Dar, Wildcat 420, listening while they work. Okay, sounds good to me. Sachi Bell, Aunt Katie, Anna Colombo. How are you, Anna? Hope you're having a great day so far. Blondie's here, Tangled Bliss, Coffee Artist, Stacy Roberts, if I didn't already say hi. Okay, see you on the replay. All right, we'll see you then. And Faith Pondu. Awesome. You're gonna trim your pup's nails while listening? Okay. All right. I mean, are they good with that? You might want to ask them. They might want some soothing music instead. You know what I mean? Can be a little sketchy sometimes. Wheelie Mum, Tangled Bliss. If I didn't already say hi, that Amber chick is here. Yeah. The World According to Dar. That is absolutely happening to a lot of nesties. So if you are subscribed, please just take a quick check to make sure that you are still subscribed. People are getting unsubscribed. This is probably like the 10th person that has said this. So yes, please take a look. I'm sure you were. People are being unsubscribed. So you're learning how to play Minecraft. Oh, okay. In and out, no problem. Kaya Mary's here. Yeah. Jay Thomas, Lori Compton. All right. I think I'm caught up. I hope I got everybody. If not, please don't take it personally. Okay. I'm sure I'll see you a little bit later as you're typing. Poison Petty Four is here. All right. Sweet. Okay. So we got some fruit. We got a fruit. I wouldn't call it a mukbang. It's more like a taste test. Many of these fruits appear to be very foreign to Chantal. Hey, Marina, you're finally getting notifications. That's what we like. M. Hobbs, yeah. Yes, please click the like button if you haven't already. If you think you might like it. If you want to, wait things out and see how it goes, I understand that too. I get that. Yeah. So Chantal is eating poison parts. Oh boy. Oh, new tires and brakes on the chair, ready for my pilgrimage. Well, that's good. I'm glad you got a tune-up, Wheelie Mom. You got to be wheeling around like with no problems, right? The two of them slip in suggestive lines in every video these days. Yeah, it's kind of creepy, huh? Like, I don't need that from them. I really don't. So we have people who are fruit experts, and I want you to speak up when you see something wrong, okay? Like, don't be afraid to just be like, So Beachy says, this video really got on my nerves as none of those fruits originate from Thailand, but her video title makes it sound that way. It did make it sound that way, definitely. I thought so too. Nutty the Squirrel, I know, right? I can get most of those in my local grocery store. She's so edgy eating grapes and pineapple. Yeah. Moondrop grapes, they're called. Okay, cool. Would have been cool to talk if she talked about the origin of the fruits as she's eating. That is what a foodie should do. Research. It would have been cool if she had a knife with her to cut some of these open. I mean, really? We don't have a knife? Excuse me? I'm sure 7-Eleven has knives, even a plastic one. Something, right? Jay Thomas, thank you so much. You love the dancing bananas? Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I do too. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Oh, yeah, baby. That sounded a little bit low. Let's see if we can turn that up a little bit. Because we like to hear Salah. We like to really hear him. We want to hear every sound. Every single sound. Yes. Looks like my mic is turned down. So let's make sure that's all good. Yeah. So definitely some foodie vlogger issues. I don't know how she can even call herself Foodie Beauty at this point, really. I think that's deceptive. That's just straight up deceptive at this point, I think. I think so. Yeah. Thank you, Jay Thomas. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Let me give you another one, though, just to, that wasn't very impactful, was it? I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, baby.
I'm going to have to take a look at that. I really want that to be, oh, yeah, baby. Like, you know what I'm saying? That should be, I got the, oh, yeah, baby, pretty loud. Yeah. So, I don't know. I wasn't too impressed, I got to say, with this particular vlog. I think a lot more can be done, of course, right? Of course. And really, it just takes a little bit of research, not much. I don't think we're that picky, right? We're not asking for much. I don't think so, but maybe. Super morbidly obese death fat doesn't sound as good as Foodie Beauty. That's true. But she might get more views though. Like, oh, What's she doing today? Oh, she's actually trying to eat fruit. Okay, this might be good, you know? Hopefully I can sneak some rambutan from my father's clutches. He likes them. He finished a whole kilo in one sitting. Wow. Awesome. You've got rambutan trees in your garden? That's cool. Aunt Katie, I'm fruit ignorant. That's okay. That's okay. You know, we're all learning here. Thank you, Midwest, for providing us only the basics. They look great. I would have never known they weren't from Thailand. I haven't seen all of those things. I've seen most of them, but not all. I've tried mangosteen. When I tried it, may not have been ripe. Maybe it didn't seem to have a lot of flavor to me. It's possible it wasn't ripe because I wouldn't know what I was looking for. To be fair, the only thing she needed the knife for was the dragon fruit. Okay, Steffi. Okay. You're swimming in rambutan and jujube? Oh, wow. Interesting. Biscuit's got the fruit going. Grapes will be great for her diabetes. Spicy kimchi. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Should be a diabetic doing fruit mukbangs. Of course. Of course. And I wish she had eaten enough so that we could see her blood sugar spike and her start to get real tired. You know what I mean? And I'm only saying that because of the tiger visit, the tiger park video. Okay. That's why I'm extra snarky now. And I really don't care about her whatsoever. Not even being polite at this point after I saw all that. These really weren't very exotic. I have literally had every single fruit she tried, and I live in Miami. Yeah, she thinks she's doing something. Sansa Cooks did a fruit video along with the spicy soup that was really good. She had a knife even. Wow, Wicked Weird Wednesday. I mean, well, you know, Sansa Cooks is kind of an advanced YouTuber with the knife, you know. They allow her to have sharp things. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, Juno, tigers were sleepy. Yeah, did you know tigers sleep 18 hours a day, even when human beings are messing around with them and picking up their tail? I know, they're sleepy. Sleepy. You get dragon fruit in cold weather, far northern England. Really? Okay. All right. Nice. Well, shall we get into it? Shall we? Do you think my fruit salad here looks appetizing or kind of blah? You have no sympathy or care for an animal abuser? The tiger thing just sealed her fate. I agree with you. 100%. I agree. That was very disturbing. And to double down on it, that's the worst thing you can do. Just say you're an ignorant dummy. You know, we already know that. So it's not like, you know, just say that. Look, I'm an ignorant dumbass. I had no idea what I was doing or talking about, and I really should have looked into it. You know, people would be far more forgiving. Far more. If she said something like that. You know? I don't think we have like super high standards, do we? I don't think so. You know, just stay away from the animals. She needs to be on a list. An animal welfare list. Don't let her get near any animals. She has to be carded. Okay, let's do it, shall we? Her research is too much work for her. It really is. Yeah. Can't be bothered. It's only how she makes her money. But can't be bothered to do the bare minimum. Truth. All right, here she is.
Guys, assalamu alaikum. Welcome back to another video. So today I'm going to be doing a taste test of some Thai fruits. These are fruits I've never ever tried in my life before. So
my dancing bananas look like maggots. Okay, listen. I can accept constructive criticism. Okay, I can. I'm going to make them a little bit bigger for you. Okay, so they don't look so teeny weeny. Let's see. They're already at over 1. They do look small though, don't they? Let me make them bigger. I'm going to make them 1.5 times the size. Should they be bigger even? Let's see. Yeah, they should be, huh? Okay. Well, that's like more than twice the size. We'll see how that works out. They'll develop over time. Okay. Chantal would love the protein.
I'm really excited to try them. Now, just a disclaimer, I'm wearing a microphone. This is a foodie channel. I'm Foodie Beauty. Hello, hi. So I'm going to be making some eating sounds. So I don't know how amplified they're going to be from my microphone, but if that's not your thing, you might want to skip this video if you're really bothered by eating noises. I care about you guys. I want you guys to have a good time when you watch my videos.
She cares about us. She cares about us. Isn't that nice? So she's wearing the hat backwards. Okay, this is Salah's hat. It's not hers. It's on backwards. I don't know where she is. I don't know what room this is. I really don't care. Hey, Fadnama, how's it going? Yeah. Yes, there are more Foodie Beauty posters in New York. Yes, Gay Man Sam. There are. They are spreading out. They are. Yeah, we're going to take a look at those after the video. Yeah.
All right, so let's get to. Now, these look all delicious. I love fruit, and I've been craving fruit. I've been eating a lot of 7-Eleven food, so I'm looking for something healthier. And I saw these fruit stands in our couples vlog. Check out our video on Salah and Chantal. And I wanted to pick some up. So let's give this a try. Durian is excluded from this video because I did do a separate video. I gave it its own video. Check that out as well if you're so inclined, if you're so interested. And yalla, let's get to. All right, first thing I'm gonna try is, I'm gonna start with these. These are rambutan. Yes, I had to look all this up. So this is rambutan. If I make a mistake, feel free to correct me in the comments. No.
Are you sure, Chantal? You usually don't take correction very well. Okay, though. Have you guys had this before, rambutan? I've never had it. I can't say that I've ever seen it even. I don't think so. Marwa, I don't know if she's in it'd be a pretty big bathroom if it was, though, right? I'm glad to see you today.
Problem. They look like, they remind me of like the head of a Who from a Whoville from the Grinch. Very interesting looking fruit. Oh, I forgot to take this off. Give me a minute. Perfect. All right. Okay, so
okay, so it's rambutan. So it's not a y, it's a oo. Ooh, rambutan. Okay.
I don't have any idea how to eat these fruits, by the way, because I didn't look that up. I just looked up the name.
Yeah, she didn't look up how to actually eat it or how to prepare it or what to do with it. She just looked up the name. You're already there looking up the name. All you probably had to do is scroll down a little bit to get like, how is it eaten? I mean, the laziness is really truly mind-boggling to me. It really is. So I think that this is being filmed on a tripod because we don't get any movement at all. And I downloaded this in advance. I didn't have time. I was trying to edit this video to like how it should have been done, in my opinion, because it's just this one still shot the entire video. And she really could have done a lot more. And she has the capability of doing that after she records. She can zoom in and zoom out in editing. So I don't know.
So these look very interesting. It looks like a hairy strawberry. So I'm not sure how to eat this. I did wash all these fruits, but I'm just gonna I don't have a knife here. So I'm just gonna use what God gave us, hands and teeth. So I'm gonna peel it like that. Whoa, check that out. Looks kind of like a lychee fruit in the center. But this shell or hairy shell, whatever it is, comes off pretty easily. I'm very impressed. All right, here we go. So yeah, it's like a little white bulb. Bismillah. There's a seed in the center. Wow. I love the texture. It has the texture of a lychee fruit. And it's sweet and juicy. But there's not much distinct flavor. It's just a sweet, slightly fruity flavor. Hard to describe. But it's very, very, very delicious. I would say, I would give it, I would say like an 8 out of 10. All right, moving on.
And Salah's rating is in the upper right corner. He gave it a 5 out of 10. Well, okay, Salah. Poison Petty, for an actual foodie, would have had a chat with the sellers at the market and talked to them about the fruit, how it's eaten, its history, or at least their experience with eating it. And that could have been recorded if they wanted to be on camera. That would have been an awesome way to incorporate, like, hear it from the expert themselves, the person selling it who probably farms it and harvests this themselves. You know, it's like, tell us about this fruit. But yeah, they just back up a bunch of stuff, you know, that's it, and lay it out. Oh, I looked up the names. Okay, thanks.
To this beautiful thing here. This is a rose apple. So it looks to be like a heirloom tomato and an apple. I don't know. Let's try this. Bismillah. I can't stop eating it.
Well, I mean, that's not really a testament to the fruit. There's a lot of things that, you know, once you get going, you can't stop eating. The walls aren't even finished, says Cam, and filled piece of miter board. Yeah, we're getting some, you know, we have a very diverse team here at Are You Serious? We have fruit experts and we have construction experts as well. So we're talking about the lack of finishing on the walls, either the grout between these tiles was dark gray or it really needs a good cleaning. You know, she is at least facing the window, so the light is on her and creating, you know, quite a shadow behind her that the filter isn't going to recognize. Right. Yeah. What words have we heard so far? Sweet, fruity, fresh, delicious, great. Thanks, Chin. Yeah. You're about to fall out of your chair? Why?
It's so juicy and fresh and crisp. Wow. It doesn't have like a strong flavor. Again, it's just very crisp and fresh tasting.
It's fresh. Could have guessed.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. But can't describe it.
7-Eleven water. All right.
So we do have some adjectives to help out Ms. Foodie Beauty. You know, if she does want to do any improvement of her vlog at some point. Becca Boo says, is it similar to anything you've had? Does it have specific texture or scent? That's a good scent. Yeah. When is it ripe to eat? Nothing about it. Nothing at all. Nothing. So I did pull up some adjectives for Ms. Foodie Beauty. I was an English teacher in Egypt. This is from engdic.org, engdic.org, English dictionary, you know. So adjectives, we have juicy, and we even have definitions. Okay. So if you're not sure what it means, here we go. Full of moisture and succulence, right? Sweet, pleasantly sugar, flavorful. We've got tart, ripe, fresh. Now they've defined fresh as recently harvested or picked. I don't think that's how she defines fresh, though. Okay. We got fragrant, just what Becca Boo said, having a pleasant aroma or smell. Luscious. Luscious is a good word for her feeders. I would probably latch right onto that one, Foodie Beauty, for the feeders. Luscious. Succulent would be another good one. Juicy and tender to bite. Vibrant and colorful. That's a good start, don't you think? I think so. I think it's a good start.
I got a dragon fruit. It's so gorgeous. I love how the dragon fruit looks. But honestly, I'm not going to eat it now because I have tried dragon fruit many times. Very juicy and just a bit flavorless, but again, very juicy. And I really started to like it just for decoration for this video.
Oh, so she's not going to show. This is how self-centered she is. For people who haven't tried dragon fruit, she's not going to open it up and show you what it looks like, take a little bite, tell you what it tastes like. She's like, I've already had this. I've already had this. This is just, this is a prop. This is decoration. Okay, really? 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 Okay.
All right, so this, I have tried pomelo before as well, but never from here. And I haven't tried it with this packet of, I don't know what it is. So here's some delicious looking pomelo. It was all laid out in the...
It's a packet of something. She has no idea what it is. No clue at all. It's something that comes with it. So I guess we sprinkle it on. No clue. No clue at all what it is. Now, whoever chose that website needs to be fired. How much of a team do you think I have over here? Are you serious? And, how much of a team do you think I have? I chose something that I would select for my English as a second language crowd as adjectives to use because Foodie Beauty clearly needs the help describing things.
At the beginning of the video you saw, so it was hard to, I don't know what that is, rambutan, remnants. So it was hard to resist. So let's see here. I'm guessing I'm supposed to put these granules on top of the, I don't know if you can see that. I don't have a viewfinder, sorry. On top of the fruit. It looks like sugar, but I'm not sure what the pink is. I don't know if it's just like dye or if it's like chili. Because some people put like tahini on fruit, right? So if anyone knows, comment below. Thank you. You guys are smart. So let me just try this here. Whoops. Whoops. The grapes are getting it too.
Here's some actual information from Steffi Jenks. Everyone listen in. You need to slice dragon fruit open and eat it from the skin. The flesh tastes sweeter that way. Strangely, it loses its taste once off the skin. See, I didn't know that. I wouldn't know that. If it weren't for you, Steph, I wouldn't have known that. Because the foodie here, wouldn't even think to tell us that, right? At all. At all.
All right. All right. Bismillah. It's not spicy, so it's not chili. It tastes like a mixture of like sugar and salt.
Okie doll says she was on her sock accounts telling herself she looks like she lost weight after all the shocking pics from last week. Girl, you've been exercising? Oh, I do a lot of walking, I do some walking. Yeah, sure do. Yep. Yeah. She would know if she talked to the vendor. She would know exactly. She could, she wouldn't even have to take notes. And if you didn't want to be on camera, just record him talking. Then you could refer back to it. She relies on comments for answers instead of just researching things. Yes, absolutely. Yep.
I know some people put salt on like lemon or grapefruit. Maybe that's what it is. And pomelo is like, if I can describe it to me, tastes like a mild, drier grapefruit. I really love this stuff. This sugar stuff, salt, sugar salt. That's good. These are the cutest things I've ever seen, I swear, besides my cat. This is a mini pineapple. It looks like the mini one. I don't know. Like, I don't know what it looks like. Oh, it's like whole.
You could have found a picture online, right? Hey, Richard Powell, how's it going? Nice to see you. Looks like you lost some weight because the table is covering your stomach. Yeah, and the angle of the camera is basically coming down from the ceiling. So if you film yourself straight on, you're going to look a lot bigger. But from way up there, yeah, you can look a little smaller, sure. We're trying to review the fruit here, not the powder. Chantal, the mere idea of a powder in your brain focuses on it. Yeah, I mean, what are we looking at here? And she doesn't even know what it is or what it's called. She could have done so much with this video. Maybe told us how it's typically eaten or served. Is it better in a smoothie or eaten alone or in a Thai dish? Yep, Beckaboo, all of the above. All of the above. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But look how cute that is. Look at the stem. So let's see if it tastes any different. Oh my gosh, that is like the best pineapple I've ever had in my life. I swear, it's so sweet. If you're a fruit enthusiast, come to Thailand.
A fruit enthusiast. A fruit enthusiast. So we do have some adult music playing in the background. I'm sure you've noticed. You know, and that's pretty much what signals to me. That's the first sign that this is a video that was made for a feeder. And then we have the slurping sounds. You need an adult. That's okay. I understand. I understand. Nesty besties, if you want to hold wings during this, I totally get it. It's totally fine. You know, if you don't want to hold wings, it's okay. Just let your partner know next to you that you're not okay with touch. It's, you know, we believe in mutual consent here. Okay. She has the mic too close to the face. Yeah. I mean, for us, it's too close. You know, for her and the feeders, it's probably perfect. Perfect.
10 out of 10. Oh, sorry. Pomelo with sugar and salt. 10 out of 10. I love food. So I'm gonna be rating these highly, I'm sure.
Who just subscribed? Can I see? Can I see? M. Hello, M. Welcome to the nest. Welcome to the nest, M. Nesty besties, just scooch over a little bit. M has subscribed. Have a seat. Come on in. You are more than welcome. Welcome.
Okay, these things are like freaking me out. I had a dream about them. They're so long. They're so interesting looking that I don't know. What are these called? Are they called finger grapes or something? I don't know. But they're black grapes. And honestly, when it comes to grapes and color and flavor, my favorite grapes are the blue grapes that are sour. And then I like black grapes. So the darker the grape, the better it is for me. Not a big fan of green grapes.
The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Chantal, is that what you're trying to say? Have you guys ever seen blue grapes? I haven't. I know black grapes, red grapes, green grapes. I think I've seen the cotton candy grapes. I haven't tried one. But like, what are these blue grapes she's talking about? I have no idea.
So let's try this. They are seedless. And they're sweet. They taste like grapes, I mean. But very, They taste like a black or red grape to me. So I would definitely give them, for grape standards, 10 out of 10. I'm going to tell you which one is my favorite.
So it looks like Salah's a fruit fan because he's rated a lot of these pretty highly. The McFeely Rainbow Experiment. Those are moondrop grapes, and they have them at Wegmans. So if you want to try those, you don't have to go to Thailand. Just go to your local grocery store.
The end too. Okay, I'm nervous to try this because these stain very easily, apparently, and it's hard to get the stain out. Reminds me of like a beet. Actually, now that I hold it, this is a mangosteen. Very cute. Looks like a beet, like a flower beet. I don't know. I'm not sure how to eat this as well, so I'm just going to try to peel it. Okay, I need to like be careful here. I don't want to get anything. That's why I'm not wearing my wedding ring, because...
Is that why? Is that why you're not wearing it? Yeah, I don't know if the peel of a mangosteen would be staining, but the fruit itself is literally white. It's white. So, I don't know. We need descriptor words here. I do have some more. You know, I don't have anyone to fire if they're not up to your standards, but we have some more here that she could use. Same website, engdic.org, eng.org, engdic.org. We can also use a couple of these: sweet, tart, ripe, fresh, fragrant. We've seen some of these before. Mouth-watering is a good one. Nutritious, healthy, aromatic. Ooh, delectable. Tropical, refreshing, zesty. Oh, I mean, there's a lot of words we could use.
I don't know if metal stains, probably not, but I just don't want to take a chance. Woo, woo, woo. Okay, go easy. Okay, so the outer shell is red, but the inner is white, as I can see here. Smells planty. Whoa. Cool. It stains? It's like a light pink.
Well, you know, I feel like I would be a hypocrite if I said, why don't you use some other words to describe fruit? And then I didn't offer any suggestions. You know, then I'm just a complainer. But it's like, here, you know, maybe I can help. Here's a list for you to choose from. You know, you could post that up right next to your camera and just like look at the list and pick one, you know? So, you know, I don't want to be hypocritical. Like, here are some suggestions for her.
Whoa, cool. It's very soft, like custardy, almost creamy. And that's what the fruit looks like that you're supposed to eat. So let's see what it tastes like. You guys. Oh, wow. The flesh is so juicy and fresh tasting. I don't know how else to describe the fruits, but... And it's like tart, but a bit sweet. That is... There's seeds here. Wow.
I've only eaten a mangosteen once. I don't remember having a custardy texture. Minx Joaquin says, oh God, are you sure you're eating a good fruit? I mean, is it possible this is a rotten mangosteen? It's possible, right? How would she know? How would she know?
Oh, that wasn't too messy. If you have a plate here. That was delicious. Wow. So I'm going to give this 10. I'm going to give this 11 out of 10. This, my friends, is a artmoya or a custard apple. It's from the family of like the cherimoya, I think the soursop as well. I have had cherimoya, and you guys probably know if you've been watching me, that's one of my favorite fruits. It's so creamy and delicious. Oh, okay, here we go. Let's break it open. Look how that is in the middle. It looks, you're probably thinking, wow, that looks different. But I'm telling you, each piece of flesh. Tastes a lot just like the cherimoya, honestly. There's little black seeds you gotta watch out for in here, but
She says, watch out for the seeds, and then she takes 3 out of her mouth. Yeah, she doesn't care about sharing the experience. The only food review she'd be good at is a poutine review. Even then, the gravy is so gravy, and the fries are like really like fried potatoes, you know? Loving her choice of corn music in the background. Yeah, that's my first sign that this could be a feeder video. Oh, Foodie Beauty, I'd like to see you eating all those succulent fruits. And she's like, slurp, slurp, slurp.
it tastes like vanilla. It's creamy, it's soft, but fruity vanilla. It's very delicious. I'm gonna rate the fruit on how much I like it in like descending order. So my favorite first, I would have to say, honestly, I'm gonna say the mangosteen, custard apple, rose apple, pomelo with sugar, pineapple, rambutan, grapes. Dragon fruit, I'm not gonna put it in the mix, but honestly, for flavor wise, it's probably the least of my favorite on this list, but I do love the dragon fruit. But yeah, so that is grapes. I mean, grapes are not one of my favorite fruits, honestly. Some of the least favorite fruits I enjoy are oranges, grapes, and apples, honestly. So I don't know. I think they're just so common and just, I don't know, maybe I ate too many growing up, but they're not my favorite. But let me know your favorite fruit and your least favorite fruit in the comments below. And yeah, I really enjoyed this haul. We have some fruit for days now, but wow, I'm so surprised by the mangosteen. It's so delicious when you get to the fruit inside. So yeah, worth the minimal effort. Anyway, if I see anything else interesting on the streets of Bangkok while I'm here, I will pick it up and do another video to try it out. Lots more content to come, guys. So yeah, check out the description below for how you can follow us on social media elsewhere and also our other channels. So thanks for watching, guys. Bye.
So yeah, I guess that was probably the issue why she doesn't eat fruits or vegetables now, because she just ate too many when she was growing up. You know, she's over it, clearly. Yep. She ate too many fruits, Christy. Yep. You're right. You're right. Is this content? I guess. I don't know. Would you think? Would you say so? It's the least amount of effort. Yep. Minimal effort possible. It's just, I don't know, continues to mind boggle me. You have a chance. You're trying to get views, right? You're trying to get views. Isn't that the point of this? I thought, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's there for a different reason. I don't know. I don't know. Shouldn't lose weight. She doesn't have her slimming filters turned on. Yeah. You know, she's probably commenting to herself, I'm sure. I'm sure. She's going to waste the rest of those fruits. Yeah, and the ones that Salah gave like a 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10. Yeah, he's not digging it at all. You know, what does he dig, really? Does he like? Dino Nuggies. Tater tots. I mean, tater tots are pretty decent. I'll give him that, you know. But other than that, what is his palate exactly? There's not a lot going on with him, you know. Mm-hmm. I'm unique. So I'm unique. So my favorite fruits have to be unique, of course. Yeah, she really wants to come across as some kind of like exotic food queen. You know, I'm not buying it. Not when you ate from KFC the other day, 7-Eleven, McDonald's. I mean, come on. Are 7-Elevens considered a stone fruit? I don't think so. I don't think so. Possibly. Do you want to do a retro react now? Shall we retro? I think we shall. She's not putting out a lot of content right now. I think she's kind of like laying in bed. And Salah is like, I don't think he edited this one though. I don't. No way. In her defense, I couldn't eat an apple for years after growing up in an orchard. But did she grow up in an orange grove? Did she have grapevines in her backyard? I don't know. I'm thinking not. I don't know. I'm thinking probably her family saw she was, you know, she wasn't really chubby though, but maybe they made her feel like she was. And they're like, here, have an apple. Oh, you're hungry? Have an apple. You know, that kind of thing. So it's probably not even she doesn't like them. It's probably just that she wants to do the exact opposite of what she's told. I won't have an apple. No, I'll have potato chips instead. Let's see. I think we could do this one. Couple takes you shopping in Kuwait, Syrian grocery store, and Ramadan prep. I think would be interesting. I watched like the science center type thing. It was the most boring thing I've ever seen. Scientific Center of Kuwait. They look like a couple of kids on a school trip, playing around with stuff, not really talking, just boring. Amber Reed, from some of you who might not know, is Amber Lynn Reed. That's true. You're right. Amber Lynn. Yeah, she's got her own set of issues, for sure. She really does. It would have been nice to see the fruits close up. I agree. And she could have zoomed in while editing on those. She could have, but she didn't. So come shopping with us. Oh, shall we go shopping? Let's go shopping. I think, look how young he looks here. He looks so young. Oh, it's sad.
So here we are inside the store, and the first stop here is the pomegranate molasses. These are good for fattoush and other things. Into the cart it goes. They have a huge olive selection. One of my favorite things about the Middle East is the olives. Never saw grilled olives before. I have to try these. Anyone try these before? We are getting some makdous, which is stuffed marinated eggplant. There's like garlic and seasonings inside. Sometimes it's stuffed with olives and red peppers as well. This was a really good price for this huge jar of tomato paste. Have some blackberry jam. I love blackberry jam. It's going to be so good on my homemade bread and on plain yogurt.
When are you making homemade bread? Chantal. Okie doll. If I was paying for her specific content, I wouldn't like it being shown to others. I guess it depends on what you're paying. Yeah, I think there's probably different fees. You know, if it can be shared with others, it's probably a lesser cost. But if she wants it, if they want it like exclusively for them, I'm sure there's a premium for that. So we have Al Rafe Tahina. Interesting. That's Celeste's last name.
And of course, another staple here in our home is some tahini. We use it for sauces, everything, hummus. And as you can see, it shares the last name with my husband. Some saffron. And now we have some molokhia. I'm going to make this on camera, don't worry, but my husband loves this Syrian style.
She never made this on camera. When was this? Let me check when this was. 6 months ago. The date is March 9th. Wow, it seems like forever ago, but it's not. March 9th. So molokhia is this green leaf. I was asking about it a couple live streams ago because I've had this before, but I didn't know what kind of like vegetable it actually is, what kind of leaf. Why are we doing tests, Are you okay? Are you okay? Do you have to hold someone's wing? Are you doing all right? You okay? Let us know, all right? Yeah. So molokhia, it's like it becomes like kind of like a viscous kind of almost like a soup, and you can put it on rice. I've had it like with chicken. It's pretty good.
It's like a spinach.
Oh, what did she say was saffron? We got the tahina. We got the blackberry jam to put on her homemade bread. I didn't hear her say anything about saffron. Maybe I'm... okay.
Into the cart it goes. They have a huge olive selection. One of my favorite things about the Middle East is the olives. Never saw grilled olives before. I have to try these. Anyone try these before? We are getting some makdous, which is stuffed marinated eggplant. There's like garlic and seasonings inside. Sometimes it's stuffed with olives and red peppers as well. This was a really good price for this huge jar of tomato paste. Have some blackberry jam. I love blackberry jam. It's going to be so good on my homemade bread and on plain yogurt. And of course, another staple here in our home is some tahini. We use it for sauces, everything, hummus. And as you can see, it shares the last name with my husband. Some saffron.
There it is. Some saffron. It's got to be very low quality saffron to be that cheap if it is. Marwa, what does it say on the label? Kea Mary, I know it's off topic, but I'm going to, I don't know, I can't see the flag, in 3 weeks, inshallah, for a month. Awesome. And where are you going, Kea Mary? I just see a DZ. Because like saffron is usually threads. Like this just looks safflower. Oh, that's a little different. That's quite different, isn't it? Safflower is not saffron. Interesting. Interesting. Why so serious? Exactly. Are you serious? I can be, but usually not. Well, my gosh, Algeria, Mary, have a wonderful time. Inshallah, I'm sure you will. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. For a month, you got to go for a while. You can't just go for a couple of weeks. Well, I hope you're able to update us while you're there. That's going to be awesome. Awesome, awesome. Freya's cat, saffron is the most expensive price per pound in the world, isn't it? Yes, I thought so. Because you can buy like a little teeny tiny jar with like a couple of threads in it, and it's very expensive. So a whole jar of this, like, yeah, that didn't sound right. Thank you for calling that out, Marwa, because it should be bright red. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely a much needed break, I'm sure. What is the polite way to say hello to a Muslim woman? If you're a woman yourself, just say hello. If you're a gentleman, it wouldn't be appropriate to be saying hello to a strange woman you don't know. Not a strange woman, a stranger woman. Someone you don't know and you don't have a reason to be talking to her. You shouldn't be saying hello. That's just how it goes. Can you explain the difference of safflower? Well, I know safflower from, what do I know it from? Oh, are you serious? Cuisine bees. Let's see. I'm going to have to just Google it because I wouldn't be able to. I know saffron has a very distinctive taste, and you can like make saffron rice. Well, this is saying difference between safflower and. Let me get you a quick definition here. I really don't know what. I don't know. Let's see. Saffron and safflower are two different spices that have different characteristics. Okay. So they're from different plants altogether. Saffron is made from the stamens, which is the little on the inside of a flower, like the little little things that poke out. If you picture like a lily, those long things that poke out, that's a stamen of the crocus flower, while safflower is made from the whole flower of the safflower plant. They're not even the same plant. Saffron is very expensive and rare, while safflower is relatively affordable and common. Saffron has a powerful and particular flavor, while safflower has a mild flavor. So yeah, quite a difference. I don't think she's buying a pound of saffron here. Yeah, I don't think so. What in the Silk Road? What in the Silk Road? That's funny. I like that.
Some saffron. And now we have some molokhia. I'm going to make this on camera, don't worry. But my husband loves this Syrian style. It's like a spinach green. We have a variety of deli items here. Makdous. Some more makdous and some variety of cheeses. Kind of Syrian cheeses. And yes, I did end up getting some grilled olives after all. I can't wait to try them. I'll let you know how they taste.
Yeah, totally. Wicked Weird Wednesday. I used to work next to a halal market, and I always thought the men disliked me because they would never look at me or smile back. Now I understand completely and see they were being respectful. Yeah. Exactly. If there's no reason to be talking, and if you don't know the woman, it's not appropriate to try to talk to her. So yeah. And that's such a cultural difference because you feel like you're being friendly and you're like, wow, what's their problem? They're so rude. Or like what's their issue? Like, yeah, but really it's like it's showing. I mean, if they came up to you and said hello or smiled back, that would be a sign that they weren't looking at you as a respectful woman. Let's put it that way.
And you're going to see that we get 3 packs of this cheese because this is my favorite cheese. I don't know if you guys have ever had this cheese. There's like little black sesame seeds inside and it's so delicious. Here we have some labna, but it's like solid labna in ball shapes. Here we are getting this cheese. There's like little black sesame seeds inside and it's so delicious.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Lexi. Yes, I was. Thank you very much. Oh my God. So annoying. I'm annoyed with myself when I do that. So sorry. Yes. I was saying, what is the name of that cheese? Like she just says it's a firm, salty cheese. Okay. Well, what's the name of it? Like surely Salah could have, told her. And even if she couldn't pronounce it, she could put it on the screen. And what if someone like in the States wants to go to a Middle Eastern market, a halal market, and get this cheese to try? What would they ask for? What would they ask for? Like, black seed, not black sesame. And yeah, black seed is a whole thing. A whole thing we can talk about at some point. Yeah, I have black seed oil. Yeah.
Sesame seeds inside, and it's so delicious. Here we have some labna, but it's like solid labna in ball shapes.
Now, what is the labna? Because I don't know modern standard Arabic. I know the Egyptian dialect. So we even have different words for things. Now, is this just regular cheese? And as she says, in ball shapes? Like in ball shapes? You know, what actually, what is it actually? Like, you know, a labna is a cheese? Okay.
Labna in ball shapes. Here we are getting some popcorn. I can't wait to make za'atar popcorn. I really want to try that. And we have some red lentils because I am going to make my favorite homemade lentil soup for myself and my husband. Yum.
No, you're not, Chantal. He's still waiting for you to make poutine for him. Still. Freya's Cats, I want to know what all this is. We have international markets here, but I've been in the Midwest my whole life and I don't know anything. Give us some info. Yeah. What would be wrong with that? A little education. Labna, a cheese, I think, made of yogurt. Yeah. That's what I thought labna was yogurt, so that makes sense. It's a cheese made from yogurt. Thank you, Megan Ray. Yeah. Okay. Because I feel like I feel like when I hear her say things like that, I'm like, is she calling that the wrong thing? Because I thought labna was yogurt. And to me, cheese is gibna. Gibna. So, but I'm not sure. So let's, you know, I'm not going to call it out because I don't know for sure. Labna is Greek yogurt drained and turns into cheese. Oh, interesting. Those cheese balls in olive oil. And it was made of goat milk. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, that's a significant difference between cow milk and goat milk for cheese. There's a real taste difference in that. It really is. She always compares it to cream cheese. Yeah. Yeah.
Some bulgur wheat for tabbouleh. Here we have.
So if you don't know what that is, if you know tabbouleh salad, it's got like mint in it, wheat, tomatoes, parsley, some olive oil, and it's a great little salad. But there's a wheat grain in it, and it's called bulgur. So that's what that is. And when it's cooked, it is it raining? Yeah, you're not tripping. It's definitely raining. Don Juan San John. Yeah, it is. I know, I got a pretty good mic. I'm not even really near the door. It is raining continuously since I woke up. Yeah. I know, sometimes you can hear the birds in the background, the crickets, like everything. I know, you're not tripping. It's real. Or imagine if I was playing like relaxing rainfall music in the background to like lull you into watching. No, that's a soundtrack. I'm just playing it low enough. Mm-hmm. Yeah, liquid grape molasses. Oh, that sounds interesting. Huh. Jungle Jim's International Market in Ohio is the place I could spend hours in. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. You tried smoked goat cheese. It was delicious. Oh, yeah. I got some goat cheese in the fridge. I like it. Poor Salah. He was hoping for a proper old school wife. And he got Peggy Bundy. She just sits on the couch eating bonbons and watching her shows. Yep. And orders delivery. Mm-hmm. As we say, bulgar, as in garden. Yeah, bulgar. The way Salah touches things irks my soul for some reason. Oh, okay. Okay. If you get Hello Fresh, their tabbouleh is not the same. It has way more grains. I was very surprised when I got real tabbouleh. Yeah. It's probably cheaper for them to put in the extra grain, you know? Do you think Salah's upset about wasting money on buying a cooker never to be used just for storage? Who knows? I'm sure there's a lot of things that were promised to him that have not been delivered. You know? Messy Flibber Gibbet. My husband's name, my husband's favorite. My husband loves this. I'm going to make this for my husband. She just wants to say my husband. She never made any of the stuff she said she would. Like, none of it. Nothing. Wonder if this stuff is still in the pantry? Probably. Stuff that hasn't gone bad. Yeah. I'm sure all the cheese is gone. You know?
Wait for tabbouleh. Here we have the sesame seed dessert with pistachios called halwa, or you guys might know it as halva. It is very delicious.
And if you guys know that, like halva, it's very, I personally don't care for it. It is made from sesame seeds. It's kind of a paste. And I had never tried it before I had gone to Egypt. And when my former partner gave me a little taste, he said the range of emotions on my face after tasting it was like, it was so complex. Like I didn't know what to make of it at all. It wasn't what I expected. I just couldn't like wrap my head around like, what actually is this that I'm tasting? I felt like Chantal eating fruit. What am I tasting? What is this? What could this possibly be?
And now to the cash so my husband can pay for everything.
My husband's gonna pay. With what money, Chantal? Bayet Al Sori Foodstuff Company. This was like a while ago, though. Like they were living in a totally different place. Was it fresh?
Next stop is Pet Zone for some items for Howie, but unfortunately they did not have the corn that we like for him. They only had these little popcorn sticks, and so we are going to actually have to go to the one in Salmia to get the corn that Howie likes. And I wasn't impressed by the selection of toys either, but we did get to check out some cute animals while we were there, which is always nice. They are so adorable. I know people get on my case about caged animals as if I make up the rule.
So the audio on this is messed up. She laid one over another for some reason, and now she's gonna. Oh, she probably did a voice, added in a voiceover about the treatment of animals, because that's what's like interfering.
Animals while we were there, which is always nice. They are so adorable. I know people get on my case about caged animals as if I make up the rules. I really don't know what to tell you, but they look pretty well taken care of.
Chantal!
She doesn't know what to tell you, but they look well taken care of. Astro has just subscribed. Welcome to the nest, Astro. Good to have you. Everybody just move over, scooch over a little bit. And Astro is going to take a seat with us in the nest. It's great to have you. Welcome. Well, yeah, Chantal, we know that you don't personally cage the animals. However, filming them and putting them in your vlog does, I mean, in some, kind of, in a way, I think. Like you're showing them as if I wouldn't put these on film. Let's put it that way. If I saw a place that, had like these like exotic creatures and were selling them to people, it probably shouldn't have been a toucan. Yep, Paige. I don't know if I'd put that in the vlog because I don't know. She does not care, does not care.
Pretty well taken care of.
And again, how does she know if an animal is well taken care of? She didn't take care of her own animals, and she thought those tigers were simply taking a nap. So she has no understanding, period. You may not make the rules, but you bloody well support the bloody industry that perpetuates it. Yeah. Oh, here, you can get a toucan at Pet Zone. Okay.
So we needed to stock up on some kitchen supplies, pots and pans and things like that. And also, as you can see here, Ramadan is coming March 22nd. So everyone is decorating and buying things like fancy decorations and things for bakur, if I'm saying that right. It's like incense basically. And
it is incense.
Just different decorations for the home, like we would decorate for Christmas or other holidays back in Canada. These are the kind of decorations you would find for Ramadan. So just to show you guys some really nice things that you can buy in the Middle East for Ramadan time to decorate your home. We did get a couple of decorations we will show you as well whenever I do my haul at the end of this video. So enjoy all of these decorations, guys.
It looks like they have a lot of clothing there too. I mean, they may not have her size, but you know, you can see if you peek through, and like they had an abaya hanging on the door when they went in. Yeah, whatever. Knuckle sandwich. For me, I'd rather go to the open markets for my groceries as opposed to commercial markets, interact with the vendors and others shopping to get recipes, flavors, and such. I would agree with you. I don't know how it is in Kuwait. However, in some other countries, going to open markets, I would just say I'll just leave it at this. Wash your produce extremely well. Have it soak in vinegar and water. I mean, do that with the stuff you get from the grocery store too, but especially open air markets. Like there will be goats walking around with you. And like I said, I don't know if it's like this in Kuwait, but it's coming directly from the farm, which is, you know, like, oh, we say in the US, like, oh, farm fresh, local farm, whatever, right? Like, oh, awesome. But there are standards here for farming. And in some places there aren't. So you have to be careful. Sometimes, you know, like the atmosphere is cool and just shop with local people who can talk with you. They may not speak English though, also if they're directly from the farms. So I get the idea of that. It's an awesome idea. You definitely want your money to go to those people instead of the grocery chain stores, but it may not be as like romantic as it sounds, I guess is what I'm saying. I know what you mean.
We did get a couple of decorations we will show you as well whenever I do my haul at the end of this video. So enjoy all of these decorations, guys.
Yep, Santiago is right. And it isn't always going to be animal manure. So as long as you have your hepatitis A vaccination and you are washing extremely well, maybe. But I have bought from like, you know, farmers on the road. You know, you get to know who you can go to, how they actually farm and harvest and stuff. Pecan Baby, I remember them decorating the room with a string of lights and a picture. Is it true that Chantal was pointing in the wrong direction on her prayer mat? Because that sounds disrespectful. You'd have to specify which video it was in. And it's not disrespectful, it's just incorrect. It's incorrect. And her prayer wouldn't be valid if she's not facing the correct direction.
Alright, so I'm just going to show you guys some kitchen tools that I got here. So don't mind my voice. I have some kind of chest cold or something, or COVID, who knows. But anyway, here's what we got at that store. We have some cake pans. Got 2 of those. I got them for making bread. I've been in the mood to make my own bread, so...
Are those going to be like mini loaves of bread? Like those are kind of small. We're assuming that everyone involved speaks the same language. Knowing Chantal, she refused to learn the language due to obstinance or laziness or both. She knows I would say, She herself has admitted that she's not doing a good job at learning any Arabic. And I think even though she doesn't seem to be good at grasping new languages, some people just have a hard time with it, period, and they may never learn it. And I've known people like that were in Egypt longer than I was and never learned a word of Arabic. So that absolutely happens. I think if people are out and about doing everyday things that the people around you who live there are doing, you're going to pick up way more. Like I worked full time in Egypt. I had Egyptian friends. I went to the store by myself, so there's just so much you pick up. And if you're just staying in one place and the only person you talk to speaks English to you all the time, you're never going to learn. Never. You'd be learning as if you were in the States, like through a book or something online. It would be very, very difficult. Manure. What other kinds of manure are available? Isn't it all animal? No, it is not. No, it's not. And you probably don't want to go there in your mind. But, not all farmers can afford to buy or have animals to provide that manure. This is a practice that's also done in North Korea. It's probably not done in Kuwait. I don't even know if they can farm there, actually. Can they? I don't even know. I don't think so. Huh. But there are other kinds. Yeah. E. coli outbreaks. Yeah. Hepatitis A. It's a good way to get Hep A. That's why in some countries you have to get the vaccinations because those things you may not. She's really anxious. She does sound anxious. Yeah, especially if you're getting things in a restaurant, they might say like, don't eat anything that's raw or uncooked. That's the reason. That can be one reason why.
Yeah, I'm gonna make those. I have a hand blender and a chopper. This hand blender comes with a chopper for vegetables, a whisk, and a container. And we basically just needed to really stock up on kitchen tools for me to cook more. So these, I always get these because they're thin, sheer socks and they're very breathable. It's going to be really hot here in the summer, like up to 60 degrees Celsius. So yeah, I'm going to need those. And we have some fota, we call them in Arabic, the towels, towelettes. Some things for pots, like to put hot pots on. And also, I'll use them as oven mitts. Dual purpose, why not? These were a really good deal. They were only 1 KD for 4 of these bowls. These, I think they're ceramic bowls. And 2 bigger bowls for Indomie. And this is for like soups or whatever, salads. And I have a pot. I needed a pot. So this pot will be good to use for everything, making popcorn, lentil soup, whatever. I have a kitchen knife, bread knife, for when I make bread. I will be filming all of these things I'm cooking for you.
Yep, she never did. She never made them and she never filmed them. So yeah, so that's that. Nope, this is a retro react to, I don't know, March 2023. When she prayed in the mosque, and she was filming herself on the prayer mat. Yeah, don't be sorry about asking any questions, I don't remember what that video was. And if it was in the mosque, we would have no idea which way she should be praying. It wouldn't necessarily be known to us. Was it on her channel? If you can tell me like the title of the video, we can certainly watch it. I don't remember that. I don't even remember her being in a mosque. When she's in their apartment now, we know that was the incorrect direction because we know the building. We know that it faces the beach, the sea. Just knowing the orientation of the building itself and her apartment, that's how we knew it was the wrong direction. Should have been completely different. We can definitely Holy Spirit activate. Yep, absolutely. Lexi. Yep, just in a few minutes after we finish this, for sure. He thought he was getting Betty Crocker, bought stuff for her to bake and cook, and all she does is order out. Can you imagine? Oh my God. Like fully stocked kitchen, and she's like, I don't feel like it. I'm going to order from McDonald's, Burger King. Yeah. That's got to be a kick in the, you know? Yeah, buy all this stuff for me. Oh, I need an oven. When was the last time she used it? Yeah, and Margaret, that's not an issue, really. That's not an issue. Some people are really making issues out of things that aren't. I think there's more than enough about Salah and Chantal to, you know, that they're doing that you may not like to discuss than things that really don't. That really doesn't matter. I could go into my mosque and film from people from the back. No one would kick me out or be upset. You know, when we start praying, I wouldn't, because women are going to be bent over, you know. Maybe pecan meant the first day of Eid. I don't even remember what the message was. I'm sorry.
For you guys as well. Just some kitchen tools. This was on sale. So good to have some wooden spoons and forks and things. We have a fruit bowl for presentation, for company. And then we have 2 oven dishes. So this is for 2 oven dishes here. Just a cutting board, chopping board. We have, whoa, a spice rack. Yeah, and I have my spices in bags right now, so I'm gonna be very happy to organize that. Put all my spices in there, cumin, za'atar, everything. So yeah. Then here we have these.
Oh, that video was taken down, and I didn't react to it or record it, so I don't have a copy of that video.
Decorations for Ramadan, these lights, which we will show you when it's all set up. And we have here a garbage pail. And that's about it. So thank you for watching this video, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Sip your chai. You got nothing to hide.
Sip your chai. You got nothing to hide. Sip your chai. All right. Yeah, she said she didn't feel very well. That was her talking. Yep. It's so crazy because if she actually used any of this stuff, she would have had so much content that wasn't live streaming and probably would integrate into the community better. Yeah, I would think so. I would think so. Yeah. Where's my fruit? There we go. This is old. Yep. This is March. A little retro react. Yeah, I was taken down, the cemetery video. Yeah. And I don't remember like enough of it to be able to like analyze anything. I'm sure reaction channels have it, but those are difficult to like play like impromptu because, you know, the copyright issues and such. Yeah. Yeah, I got bananas now. Now they don't look like slugs or whatever you call them, maggots. All right, cool. Yeah, I don't like the kiwis. They're like, they just show like the brown, like it's a kiwi cut in half, so you mostly just see the brown peel. I don't know, it's kind of last minute. Yeah. So what are you guys thinking now? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? We can watch another if you would like. I'm only 90 minutes in. We could definitely stop here. Let me take a look at the couple's vlog. Another marina? Okay, let's see what we can find. There's a lot of animals in their videos, and I'm really trying to avoid that completely. Oh, you know what we could do? We could watch one of my old videos that would answer a lot of questions for people. That would answer a lot of questions. A lot of questions. That might be helpful, actually. Let me... Oh, Pecan Baby, you like that owl? Me too. Me too. Such a cutie. Oh, I did react to the Canadian culture shock one. Yeah, we can watch that. Temple of Truth Sanctuary. Yeah. Yeah, everything recent I've reacted to, definitely. Yeah. All right, let's enlarge. So, Canadian culture shock. Let's see. Oldest. That's an old one. Culture shock. Oh, this is a good one because this actually goes over Medheb, which I'm constantly referring people to this video. So this might be a good one, actually. Hello. And Medheb is, it shows it's different schools of thought within Islam, different schools of thought. And it explains why for some Muslims, they can do this and some they can't, that type of thing. That's it. This really goes into it. I refer a lot of people to this video. Oh, no worries. No worries. You've been eating the skin of a kiwi? Nice. Have I seen videos by Bharat Bolat? She goes around dressing women in the street in hijab. No, I haven't. I'll definitely check that out. That sounds nice. Yeah, I can check that out. Definitely. Sounds good. I like to look at things before I put them on stream because sometimes you really do get caught in some very awkward situations at times if you don't know what's coming up. So, yeah. All right. I think we got to do Holy Spirit Activate break first. Oh my God. What am I thinking? We got to activate the Holy Spirit first. Oh, I'm such a, work. Like, no, let's take a break. Shall we? Please. Please, are you serious? You don't have to be so serious. Okay. Yeah. Definitely a Holy Spirit Activate break time. So if you want to get up, go get a drink. If you need to use the ladies' room or men's room, all that. The video is 3 minutes long, so you got about that amount of time to do what you got to do. Okay.
Spirit activate. Oh no. Holy Spirit activate. Holy Spirit activate. Okay. Activate.
Hey, hey.
Let's go.
They say I ain't saved cause I cuss a little bit, but you're the only judge that I need and that's it. They always in my business cause they say I backslid. They read the Holy Bible but they ain't applying it. So Holy Spirit activate. If you do it right now, that would be great. I ain't trying to smack this chick in the face. Don't you see me down here trying to change my way? So
Holy Spirit activate.
You better do it, Lord.
Holy Spirit activate.
You better get him, Lord.
Holy Spirit
Before I get him, Lord.
activate.
Hey, better do it, Lord.
Holy Spirit activate.
You better get him, Lord.
Holy Spirit activate.
Before I get him, Lord.
Activate.
Hey.
Activate. Let's go. Holy Spirit activate.
Oh no.
Holy Spirit activate.
Okay.
Holy Spirit activate.
Okay.
Activate.
Hey, hey.
Let's go.
They say I ain't saved cause I cuss a little bit, but you're the only judge that I need and that's it. They always in my business cause they say I backslid. They read the Holy Bible but they ain't applying it. So Holy Spirit activate. If you do it right now, that would be great. I ain't trying to smack this chick in the face. Don't you see me down here trying to change my way? So
Holy Spirit activate.
you better do it, Lord.
Holy Spirit activate.
You better get him, Lord.
Holy Spirit activate.
Before I get him, Lord.
Activate.
Hey, better do it, Lord.
Holy Spirit activate.
You better get him, Lord.
Holy Spirit activate.
Before I get him, Lord.
Activate.
Hey.
Activate. Let's go. Holy Spirit activate.
Oh no.
Holy Spirit activate.
Okay.
Holy Spirit activate.
Okay.
Activate.
Hey, hey.
Let's go.
They say I ain't saved cause I cuss a little bit, but you're the only judge that I need and that's it. They always in my business cause they say I backslid. They read the Holy Bible but they ain't applying it. So Holy Spirit activate. If you do it right now, that would be great. I ain't trying to smack this chick in the face. Don't you see me down here trying to change my way? So
Holy Spirit activate.
you better do it, Lord.
Holy Spirit activate.
You better get him, Lord.
Holy Spirit activate.
Before I get him, Lord.
Activate.
Hey, 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 hey.
Let's go.
They say I ain't saved cause I cuss a little bit, but you're the only judge that I need and that's it. They always in my business cause they say I backslid. They read the Holy Bible but they ain't applying it. The Holy Spirit will activate. If you do it right now, that would be great.
I took a break and I started playing with my dogs. Oh my God. I'm like, oh my God, the video's over.
I'm waiting my turn.
Okay. Oh, hey, cutie. Yeah, 3 minutes is not enough for pooch time. So give my editor a raise. Well, that would be me. So I'm a one-woman show over here. Okay. Yes, I pick the vocabulary words for how to describe fruit. I do all my own editing. This all the bananas behind you. I have no help whatsoever. It's all me. So thanks. Saying I need a break. I need a raise. I'll take a raise from YouTube. You have to ask them, I guess. Yeah, gotta go to work. Okay, Messy. We'll see you. See you later. Have a great day at work. Always time for dog attention. I know. I got him a little too excited. Then I'm like, oops, sorry. Oops. We'll resume this in a bit. It's tough when it's pouring rain outside because, they're active and they don't like to go out in the rain. So, all right. We are doing MedHub. Yeah, so this will be cool because we can stop and talk. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our. So that'll be good, I think. And a lot of people do need to see this. I get a lot of questions that are answered in this video, actually. Yep. I was really sad when I realized I cannot get in and out of a vehicle through the window anymore. Not being able to get in and out of a vehicle through the door. How is she not scared? She should be. Is she? No, she's remaining in denial 100%. Yeah. I know. A lot of things should be scaring her, right? A lot of things. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm going to do right now? I'm going to refresh the stream now so that you have noticed. It's going to take maybe 10 seconds before I get kicked off. Let me just kick myself off and see if that, preempts a kickoff. All right. So let me do that and I'll be right back. Okay. Hang in there. Hold on. Okay, we're back. We're back. I'm going to see if that helps at all. Like maybe if I kick myself off first before they can, that might work. Okay. All right. And I'll be watching the chat, of course. So just feel free to ask any questions or commentary. I'm still here and I will be stopping the video from time to time. So, all right, let's do it. Are you serious? I'm an American woman who lived in the Middle East for a couple of years. I've been watching Chantal for a little over a year, I believe. And now that we have this new arc, I have been paying much closer attention. And unfortunately, I'm seeing a lot of negative stereotypes being reinforced, even perpetuated, and some just flat out inaccuracies coming out. So I'm here to try to correct some of those. And to answer any questions you guys might have regarding the culture, I can absolutely do that for you. What I think I'll do, if you want to leave them in the comments below, I'll make a video answering some of your questions. All right, let's get into it. Before I do want to say, let me interrupt myself there. I do want to say, if you are from an Arab country, if you disagree with anything I'm saying, please feel free to speak up. Like if you're actually there, if you're from there, and if I get things wrong, please feel free to speak up. I'm not above being criticized, and my interpretation of things could be incorrect. And if you're an Arab, if you live in an Arab country and you're like, yeah, not really American, let me tell you how it really is. Please feel free to do that. I want to know. So before we review one of her videos today, I do have a couple of articles I wanted to just look at with you from Gulf News. The first one is from last August, but it still applies. Kuwait warns against taking photos of others without permission. And the penalty for that is 3 years in jail and 3,000 KWD, which is Kuwaiti dinar. So let's do the conversion. Oh, that's kind of a lot. $13,462.29 Canadian. Yikes. Do you have that on hand, Chantal? In US dollars, that equates to $9,798.12. Yikes. All right. So let's read a little bit more about that. Okay, the Kuwaiti Anti-Cybercrime Department at the Ministry of Interior has warned the public against taking photos or filming others without their knowledge or permission. Officials stress that such an act could land an offender up to 3 years imprisonment or fine of 3,000 Kuwaiti dinar for converted into Canadian dollars, $13,462.42. And both in some cases. The ministry said that anyone who deliberately abuses or defames others by photographing them without their consent and electronically distributing the photos or videos with the intention of attacking the individual is subject to punishment and penalties. I just want to emphasize that it's with the intention of defaming the individual. So if someone is being filmed without their consent and you're taking that video and maybe editing it to make them look like horrible people, that is what's chargeable. Just filming in general is not illegal. Now, hopefully, Chantal, we don't have to get to this point with your channel. The Ministry of Interior also stated that filming a dead person at an accident site is punishable by law as it violates the dignity of people and sanctity of the dead. The Ministry of Interior recently summoned a person who filmed a video clip of a traffic accident that took place on the 3rd Ring Road and posted it on social media. Next up, we have some expats behaving badly. So just 3 days ago, we had 4 illegal expats arrested in Salmiya. You know, where you went shopping in the souk? Yeah, right there. So March 20th, the Ministry of Interior continued its campaign against residence and work law violators, which resulted in arresting 4 expats of various nationalities violating residence and work law in Salmiya area. Barayas Salim. They are being referred to the competent authorities in order to take the necessary legal measures against them. And here they are. Hey, you know, at least they'll blur you out. 40 expats arrested in Salmiya, Salwa, and Hawali, March 13th. Related articles. Now, I don't want to have to sign up for a subscription for Arab Times Online, so we can look at the headlines. Once I started clicking around, it wanted money. So 51 expats arrested for violating residence law along with 2 beggars. Oh. So if you're along with 2 beggars, or is that including 2 beggars, you know, because an expat might get kind of desperate. 20 residence violators arrested in Khaitan and Jalib al-Shuyuk. I don't know how to say that, but 20. Okay. Here's some ladies. Fake maid's office busted. 5 expats arrested. Chantal, have you heard the story yet about the maid from the Philippines and what happened to her? And why hundreds of Filipinos have fled the country? Have you heard about that? Does Salah talk to you about that kind of stuff? Let me know. 28 expats arrested in Beria Salim, Salmiya. Okay. That's a lot of people. Looks like all men. There might be some women in there, though. 56 illegal expats arrested in Fajahil. Uh-oh. And Sabahia? A little too close to comfort. Security campaign in Hawali nets 9 violators. I don't know if that applies to you or not. Now let's watch the video Canadian Culture Shock in Kuwait. Now we talked about this a few videos ago, and let me see when this was uploaded. How long ago this happened? 3 months ago. So, yikes. Okay, December 1st. And then she went back to Canada, and then she came back again. So let's see. I'm sure we were still in the honeymoon stage, but let's see if she's had any revelations. Now, this is so interesting because you know how she'll like consult something like a brochure or a pamphlet to give information as if she's being educational. I think it's all filters, but you're right. She does look smaller. But yeah, she pretty much goes down some weird, the information she gives is not culture shock that she's experiencing at all. She even mentions that cats mate at a different time of year than they do in Canada. How is that culture shock? Yeah.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. This feels weird because it's like a sit down and talk video, and I haven't made one of these in a little while, but I like doing them once in a while just to talk about certain subjects. So today's subject is going to be cultural differences. I get asked a lot to talk about cultural differences between here and Canada.
And do you feel qualified to answer the questions is my question.
If you're new here, I am Canadian. I'm from Ottawa, Ontario, born and raised in Canada, and I recently married a Syrian man, Salah. He is Syrian. He was born and raised.
Salah. I married a man named Salah. Does Salah know that you married a man named Salah?
Syrian. He was born and raised in Kuwait. So I'm currently in Kuwait, and
so that's important information if you're fairly new to the community. He is Syrian, but he was born and raised in Kuwait. He's not running from the Syrian government. He was born in Kuwait.
Canada. If you're new here, I am Canadian. I'm from Ottawa, Ontario, born and raised in Canada, and I recently married a Syrian man, Salah. He is Syrian. He was born and raised in Kuwait. So I'm currently in Kuwait, and I get asked a lot, basically, if there's any kind of culture shock. So I'm sure you guys want to know my perception of the society, how I
Yeah, we'd like your perception. She doesn't give it in this video at all. Allegra, it seems common to see boxes of Kleenex on tables in restaurants, shisha lounges, and in government meeting settings. Can you enlighten? Are they used instead of napkins? Just curious. Yes, they are. You will find Kleenex tissues everywhere. Everywhere. And they are used a lot in place of napkins. In like a sit down, nicer restaurant, they'll get, you'll have napkins. But if you're at, even like a takeout place, they'll give you a napkin, but there still will be tissues everywhere. Like everywhere. Yeah. Stress pattern's very important to the Arabic language. I don't know enough about the, what am I trying to say? Linguistics of Arabic to know if putting the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable would create a different word. I don't think it's quite like that. It could be for some. I don't know of any examples, but she's just not pronouncing things correctly. So if you were to say, just trying to think of an example. It's hard to, but her emphasis always falls on the first syllable for some reason. Hijab, salah, it always falls on the first syllable. So she has a lot of work to do, but she's not going to do it, you know.
Compare things with the Western world where I'm from and what it's just been like for me on this journey so far.
Sure.
Honestly, there's not as much culture shock as I imagined because
she's still in the honeymoon stage. Oh, so I don't even know what to say. So you've been there, I don't know how long at this point, December 1st. Probably not that long, I'm guessing. And you probably really haven't been out and about too much, I'm thinking. And I think it's probably safe to say that you haven't been out by yourself doing anything or tried to get around by yourself or applied for work or anything. Just a guess.
I did do some research before I came here.
Oh, there you go. Google will fix everything, won't it? Perfect.
Out of respect. I always want to be respected.
Out of respect? You did a Google search for respect? I don't understand a lot of Chantal's motivations. She says she's wearing hijab out of respect for Salah, which hijab has nothing to do with any mortal man on this earth, no matter if you're married to him or not. And you decided to research the culture by Googling around out of respect for the culture? Okay. All right. Yep, this is an old video. We're watching one of my old videos, because it is a video that people need to see. This was on April 1st that I first premiered this, and it was in reaction to her video called like Culture Shock as a Canadian.
Respectful of different cultures and their customs. So if I ever travel anywhere, it's going to be important for me to respect these differences. To me,
sure.
Differences, especially cultural, are not bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that they're differences and that's what they are.
Right.
So I try to embrace everything and try to understand everything that I can. We don't always.
That's something that's going to make her very frustrated in time, because there are a lot of things that she may never understand. There are still things that I don't understand, but things that you just have to accept, that you're not going to get it, that you're not going to agree with it, that you're going to think some things are just stupid. Like, why do I have to do that? Like, you have to do that. And you can try it your own way for as long as you want, but things are going to be very challenging and difficult until you learn to accept. It's not about understanding all the time.
Always have to agree with things when things are different and we're not used to them,
right?
Or things we don't understand, but it's still important to respect them. So
Agree.
I'm going to talk about some things, some misconceptions I believed before coming here, some things that I found very different, and then some things that some information I got from the Kuwait visa website, which makes sense. It's where you can go and get an e-visa from a select list.
This is her cultural shock video, comes from the Kuwait e-visa website. Okay, that's where she actually gives the source. This is where she got the information from.
List of countries. If your country's on there, you can apply online to get a tourist visa here. Kuwait is a lot more open to tourism than it was in the past, and compared to a lot of other Middle Eastern countries as well. But the information was on the website.
What other Middle Eastern countries aren't open to tourism? Can you name one? Maybe she means Saudi Arabia. Yeah, not just anyone can walk into Saudi Arabia. That's right. But not just anyone can walk into Israel either, right? So which countries aren't open to tourism? Tourism is big bucks. That's how a lot of countries earn a great amount of their money.
Probably to prepare travelers from different parts of the world as to what you can expect when it comes to different cultural customs here. So I'll just share some of this information with you if you are thinking of coming here, because this.
So what I'm hearing, Chantal, is that you're looking at a website regarding getting a tourist visa, and you're reading about what to expect from the government of Kuwait. You're sitting in Kuwait as you film this. Your own experiences would be far more interesting to listen to than reading off of a government website. Okay.
Place is beautiful, as you've seen from our vlogs. The beaches, everything, just...
Stop lying. Stop lying. The lying doesn't... Sorry, I'll get you on a better... There we go. You don't have to lie. The lying is what causes people to question things and ultimately mistrust you, because we know that Kuwait isn't a beautiful country. It's desert. It's desert, and it has beaches and palm trees. But, you know, we can see that your filming outside is like very tight shots. You don't zoom out like hardly ever. Like, I found pictures of places that you've been, for example, Dream Mall. And, you know, you were filming like right above the door, the sign. And I found some pictures that are zoomed out, you know, and it's, I don't know. I'm not sure if you're just trying to make the place look better, or, you know, maybe Salah is telling you to portray the country in a little better light. I know in Egypt, they don't want you filming anything that possibly looks like it could look bad on the country, like at all. So that could be, but, you know, you could say something like, yeah, you know, like Kuwait has its own issues, but for the most part, you know, the beaches are beautiful. Leave it at that, you know, but like the whole country is beautiful.
The beaches, everything, just the food, the people are so friendly. It's amazing here. So yes, let's get into it.
It's amazing. So we're on vacation at this point. Okay.
So yes, let's get into it. That's kind of going to be all over the place in my style of doing a video. But anyway, one of the biggest things I was surprised about, I thought for some reason, probably like a lot of people, I was ignorant a lot when it came to thinking of the Middle East. I thought of like everyone in the Middle East just being like much poorer than Canada or the US. And it's just like a really...
Now, you know, some of you listening may have thought the same thing. There are Arabs that are far more wealthy than any American or Canadian.
Really small way of thinking, but that's how I thought. And I thought, oh, you know, like, I'm Canadian, my money's gonna go a long way there. And it's actually like Kuwait is like the fifth richest country in the world, from what I read. But their currency is worth a lot more than Canadian money. So like, for example, 1 KD equals like 4.4 Canadian dollars.
Okay, so 1 Kuwaiti dinar is $4.48 Canadian.
Yeah, when it comes to money, I just try not to really deal with it as much as I can because it really confuses me.
I'm going to recommend getting unconfused as quickly as possible, because you're going to find yourself spending a lot of money and not understanding where it went. You really have to sit down and do the math. Just pull up the website xe.com and use it. Put it on your phone. Whenever you're out, convert it first before you buy something. You're going to run into a lot of trouble if you don't make yourself understand it. Yeah, no one expects you to convert it in your head, but you have to look it up. You can't just assume that you can't just stay in confusion. You're an adult.
And my money's not worth much here. So it's better to like save as much as I can just for when I'm in Canada, because it's just worth more there. Another thing I won't do here is drive. I've already talked about that in my live streams ad nauseum. So I'm not going to talk about that. But
well, all your live streams have been pretty much removed from the internet, so I don't have them to go back to refer to. Driving in the Middle East is entirely different. And coming back to the States, I have become a better driver in the US. I'm a much more defensive driver for sure. I'm much more careful. But again, you can't just say what is she saying? Andrea Hoffman, welcome to the nest. Welcome to the nest, nesty bestie. You didn't get your I love you, Chantal, because I was muted listening to Miss Chantal. So let me see if I can play that for you separately. Everybody scooch over.
I love you, Chantal.
Here we go. Andrea Hoffman, you're in the nest. Welcome. Welcome, Nesty Bestie. She's not going to learn to drive or what?
Another thing I won't do here is drive.
You're putting a lot of limits on yourself that are really going to start to cave in on you. Saying you won't drive is, I can see now, because you've recorded this on December 1st and now it's March 26th, I can see why you're having a tough time now. If you're putting all these limits on yourself, I won't do this, I won't do that, I don't understand the money, I mean, yes, the driving for me, it was crazy. I've never seen anything like it, okay? And people that I went with, so this is a picture that I took in Egypt, and this is the highway. This is the highway. So, I mean, we were getting off at an exit. So the people on the exit were backed way up. And you can see here, this is a minibus, and this isn't public transportation. They're privately run, and they'll put like a sign in the windshield that, like a symbol that shows where they're going. And that's a really cheap way to travel. I don't recommend it if you don't have to. And this guy's he's probably waiting for a minibus. This guy standing on the highway is probably waiting for a minibus to go where he's going. You can see over here, if you can see there are people on the side of the highway and they're being let off by a minibus. So can she get a driver's license? She can get a tourist, what is it called? International driving permit. She can. She can't get a Kuwaiti driving license, but she can legally drive on an international driving permit. She absolutely can. Yep. Yeah. So, we got some billboards that are huge. These buildings here are mud brick and cement. There's probably some rebar in there also. Typically, buildings that are built this close to the road sometimes are illegally built. People don't have a place to live. And they just start building. There's no, they're illegal. Some of them are illegal. She just gets so excited that she can get a whole chicken for herself, a giant bowl of rice for $5. Yeah. Yeah, she definitely does. She still doesn't understand conversion rates at all. And she doesn't have to. Like I said, get an app for your phone, take out your calculator. If you can't do it in your head, that's okay. Some people's brains are not wired to do things like that. It's okay. Just get an app, but know what you're spending. Have an idea what you're spending. That's exactly it. McFeely Rainbow Experiment. It's not worth more, you donut. I like that. Donut. The exchange rates can favor one currency or another. She literally thinks it's less expensive because a something is 1 unit in KWD and versus 4 units in Canada. That is how she looks at it. Yes. Yeah. Very, very interesting. Didn't fit in with her worldview that she could save and buy brown men with her money. Yeah. Yep. That's true. And she is absolutely the perfect example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. 100%. And the Dunning-Kruger effect is when someone who doesn't know a lot about a topic feels that they know everything that there is to know. But when you start learning more, the more you learn, the more you realize that you don't know. And she stays at that first part. She knows very little, but thinks she knows everything that there is to know about a topic. Now at the weight she gained, she might need pedal extenders so she can put her seat back far enough and still reach the pedal. Yeah, she might need to do that with the Kia if she needs it. Oh, your channel is growing rapidly at this rate. It's really not, actually. It seems like it, but it's not. You'll need to put in another floor of the lift for us all to snuggle in together. Thank you, Pecan Baby. If you are subscribed, please just double check to make sure that you are still subscribed. YouTube is, for some reason, unsubscribing people from my channel. It's probably happening on other channels too, but I've had probably at least 10 people come and say, I thought I was subscribed, and they have to resubscribe. So just be sure. That man is going to be run over if he's careful. Everyone, see what I was saying about driving in the Middle East? Like, everyone knows there's going to be people on the highway. So you know to look out for them. To Egypt the first time, when I told them that I was starting to drive there, they lost their minds. Like, how? Yeah, I mean, the traffic laws, lanes, you can be on the highway and, next to you, like in the far right lane, can be a donkey pulling a cart and a family. So you got to watch out for donkeys on the highway. Yeah, it's a lot. But I wasn't going. Elaine Kelly, welcome to the nest, nesty bestie. Everybody scooch over. Elaine Kelly's getting in the nest with us. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you. I'm going to restrict myself. Just because if my partner wasn't there to take me someplace, or if I wanted to go someplace by myself, I needed to drive. So I learned, and it was fine. By the time I left, I was totally fine driving anywhere, pretty much. And like I said, when I got back, I mean, I don't take a green light for granted. I don't just see a green light and step on the gas. Nope. Nope, not anymore. Nope.
I've already talked about that in my live streams ad nauseum, so I'm not going to talk about that. But I do not want to drive here. We'll just leave that up to Salah. So, all right, another thing.
Yeah, just leaving things up to another person is such a big thing concerning your freedom is learned helplessness. You're making yourself helpless. So, if you're complaining that you can't leave the apartment, you can't go anywhere, you can't do anything. I know you're not complaining on videos or on live streams, but if you're complaining in real life about that, you're imposing this on yourself. You're just going to let someone else take care of your traveling needs. How big is this bag of rice here? 10 kilograms. So that's a lot of rice. It's like a 22-pound bag of rice. So 4.24 KD. It's on sale. So if it were 4 dinar, it would be $17.91 Canadian, and US about $13. So it's a little more than that. I think that's kind of a lot. Okay. It's a hypermarket. All right. Page 2. Yes. What else do we have? Okay, we have a Vimto fruit cordial. So it looks like a celebration type of juice, I guess. Evaporated milk. Thick cream. I guess you would make, that's going to be for like a recipe or something. Let's see. KDD thick cream jamar. Yeah, it looks like a dessert on there. Okay, some juice, Caesar juice, half of a dinar. This brand, I used to eat this in Egypt. A lot of the brands are going to be similar. So Americana brand breadcrumbs. I am going to pull up the website because I do want a little bit more of an accurate conversion. Okay, so for example, these breadcrumbs down here, okay, is 0.39 dinar, and that's $1.74 Canadian. In the US, it's $1.27. I mean, that's about right for a bag of breadcrumbs, I would think. Now, these are things because there's going to be a lot of cooking during Ramadan, lots and lots of cooking. So these two right here are to make sambusak, and you may have seen these before in where I live. Yeah, well, that's funny. They call them samosa. That's what you see them called in the US sometimes too. Actually, all the time. Like in India, or there's in Indian cuisine, there's samosas. So these are to make your own. So I would assume this is very like similar to phyllo dough. I'm just laughing because in Egypt I said samosa, and my former partner was like, he died laughing, and he's like, "It's a samosa." He's like, "It's called sambusak." So now I call it sambusak, but it's so funny to see them say actually samosa. Okay, so spring rolls. Muhalabia. This is what I think he got them. Wow, this isn't the best quality. I think he got this for them. It's a dessert. That's stuff that they were eating. So this is legit phyllo dough. And there's who do we got? Poor Life Choices Simulator has just subscribed. Welcome to the nest, Poor Life Choices Simulator. Everybody scooch over. Poor Life Choices Simulator is in the nest. Make some room. Saying this is to make kunafa, which is correct. You would make kunafa with phyllo dough. And I plan to do a video on desserts because they do have a lot of desserts going in and out of that apartment, regardless of her claim to not like sweets. So we'll do a whole Middle Eastern desserts video. I'm going to be very, very busy.
But in the summer, it's unbearable, up to like 60.
You haven't been there in the summer. So why are you speaking as if you're talking from experience?
I think I heard like 63 degrees Celsius. You could fry an egg on the ground.
And that's over 140 degrees Fahrenheit.
Most people, the weather is not comfortable in the summer here, to where people tend to live inside the malls, inside their homes with air conditioning. There's AC everywhere, cars, jobs. It's just you wouldn't be able to. It would be like living in Canada in the winter months without a heater. It's very, very opposite that way. In Canada, a lot of the time it'll go down to like minus 30, 35 sometimes.
Okay, so minus 30 is negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit? Oh God, I can't get into this. You should see the comments I got on this. They were like, people were like, "Oh no, are you serious? You're wrong about." Okay. I mean, this is one of the first times I just got like hit by the community. You're stupid. Blah blah blah. Just sounds so improbable. We're gonna go right past that. I can't do that again. It's not really that cold. Yeah, I can't do that again. That was ridiculous.
So just like little differences like that, I find very interesting. I will say, and again, this information, I say this with utmost respect to Kuwaiti Arab culture in general. It's very different. It's very different with values. It's at least Kuwait, very conservative values, very conservative country. It's an Islamic country. 75% of people are Muslim. However, there are different religions here, and that remaining 25% of people are allowed to practice freely. You have seen in the grocery stores, the Santa Claus, the Bath and Body Works had Christmas things. So they do have they have respect for people who want to practice different religions, though mostly they practice in their homes or things like that. It's predominantly Muslim. So because it's an Islamic country, they practice Ramadan here. They take it very seriously. And during the month of Ramadan, even as a foreigner, anyone who lives here, and again, if you're traveling here, please keep in mind if you're here during the month of Ramadan, a very religious month for Muslims, and there are laws that will put you in jail if you don't respect them. Even as a foreigner, you have to be respectful of that. I fully understand that. I don't have a problem with that. Someday I would like to try Ramadan. You have to fast until sundown.
Let's see, because I know she's going through this right now. Fasting during Ramadan is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. It is to remind Muslims to be humble and thankful and to think of the less fortunate. Yeah. Ramadan is about more than just fasting. It's definitely one of the main things, but when there are people who can't fast, and if you can't fast, you do other things. You don't just get in like a get out of Ramadan excuse note. Like you perform extra acts of charity. You do other things. So in Kuwait, I'm finding out that during Ramadan, like international hotels, in case you do have tourists there, or you have, like people who aren't Muslim that want to go out to lunch, you can still go out to lunch, but it's going to be pretty much like closed off. There'll be like one dining room open, like at your hotel or something. But as far as Egypt, it's not against the law to eat in public or drink in public during Ramadan, but no one does, because that's why it's important, I feel, to at least try fasting, because once you realize how difficult it can be, you wouldn't ever want to just like bust out a bottle of water and chug it. You wouldn't. So it's not against the law, certainly, but out of decency, you just don't.
If you're seen in public chewing gum, drinking, eating, unless you have like a medical exemption or something like that, mostly if you do, you still don't go in public. I think it's custom to just stay in the home, but you can be fined or arrested for not respecting those laws. Just like anywhere, if you don't respect the laws, you're gonna be in trouble, right?
Right, Chantal. Yep, exactly. Mix Joaquin. Store decorations as a religious practice. It just shows how shallow her understanding is of religion. Truly does. And that shows that she doesn't, at this point, and still now, she doesn't get out and meet people. She doesn't know anybody there. She probably knows a few of Salah's friends or relatives, but that's it. So she has no exposure to, she's never sat down and talked to a Christian to be like, well, are you free to practice in Kuwait? Like, what's been your experience here? Like, she doesn't know. She says, oh yeah, Bath and Body Works has a Santa when you walk in. That's how she knows Christianity is like, okay. I mean, yeah, exactly. It's very, very shallow. Mm-hmm. That's right. During the fast, you cannot drink water either. No eating or drinking from sun up to sundown during the month of Ramadan. After sundown, you can eat.
Some other things that are illegal in Islamic culture, things that are...
Now, laws have nothing to do with culture. And Islam, I guess you could consider some of the practices to be cultural, but I wouldn't consider Islam to be a culture because it's practiced slightly differently in different countries. It's the Middle East and North Africa is a culture. Generally, it's a culture. Arab is a culture for sure. So laws don't apply to culture. Maybe she means in Kuwait.
Considered haram, such anti-Muslim. So
haram means forbidden. Forbidden. I think word choice is especially important. She needs to understand what the translations are, because anti-Muslim sounds like Islamophobia or some kind of like hate crime. Something haram only applies to Muslims. Only. It is haram to eat pork. Pork is haram. You can't eat pork. Pork isn't anti-Muslim. That pig over there isn't anti-Muslim. I think the word choice really needs to be a little more careful. And she probably has, hopefully, learned a little bit more since the recording of this.
Things like pork products, alcohol, marijuana, drugs, anything like that. It's also haram for Muslims to have dogs as pets in their home. So I know that you guys, a lot of you in the West,
she's about to say. So I have dogs. If you don't know, I have dogs. I brought them back with me from Egypt. And this is a pivotal part of the video where we talk about madhab. This is very, very important.
Drugs, anything like that. It's also haram for Muslims to have dogs as pets in their home. So I know that you guys, a lot of you in the Western world,
so I'm already hearing the us versus them in her speech. A lot of you in the Western world. So she's excusing herself from that now. Now she's different. Okay. You people in the Western world, yeah, I know you people over there in the Western world really like your pets. But us over here, the us and them, is not going to endear you to anybody. And we can talk about dogs all day. I'm not sure how much I want to tell you about my personal life, Chantal, because I know that you have really gone in on people's personal life, and I don't want you anywhere near my personal life. You open up your personal life to all of the entire World Wide Web. So keep in mind, I put this video out April 1st, so this was quite a while ago. And she is pronouncing haram correctly. It's nothing to, we don't really need to be that. I feel like, and I've said this, I think she does enough that is flat out, wrong against humanity that we don't have to call out little things that really at the end of the day matter. And I haven't done that. So I'm not going to share too much of my personal life, although some things I could share would be very pertinent to certain conversations. But let's hear more about what you've learned about dogs.
Really love pets. I have cats. I love my cats. But having cats in the home is fine. It's not usual. Just pets in general.
It's not usual to, like, where have you been? Like, how many people's homes have you been to? And how many of those people had pets? I mean, I can tell you don't get out much while you're there. It sounds like you're listening to Salah and what his experience has been there, And I can tell you that people who don't have a lot of expendable income, people who, might struggle a little bit financially, they don't have pets, which is smart. You shouldn't have pets if you can't afford to have them. So, if he tends to, have friends that are, oh shoot, thank you, Steffi. Yes, thank you. Blondie, I put this up on the screen because you're very helpful in the chat and you're right on things, and I appreciate that. This isn't quite right. And if you're thinking in this country it's not okay, in this one it is it cultural, the dog thing? I am going to get into it in far more detail. So please just hang on a sec. Or, that don't have pets, maybe that's the situation. Some people just don't have time for pets, Yeah, but I don't know. I've known a lot of people with pets in Egypt. Dogs, cats. I can't say I've seen any hamsters though.
General, in a lot of parts of the world it's like that. But the Western world, we love our pets. But here, dogs, if they're useful, like hound dogs for hunting, police work, gathering sheep, things like that, that's permitted. But to have a dog in the home, is haram. So,
okay, Chantal. I believe that Salah told you this. Is Salah afraid of dogs? This is a very, very common thought. A very common thought, and some Muslims do believe that. Chantal, you are living in a country that basically follows the principles of the Maliki Madhab, which has a different ruling on dogs, a different ruling. You might also want to read, because you are reading a couple of pages of the Quran every day, and mashallah for doing that. Basically just blessings for her that come from God, that she feels inspired to do so. That's what that means. I would suggest reading Surah Al-Kahf, which is the cave, and it talks a lot about dogs in that surah, and a surah is a chapter. So what I said before, the Maliki Madhab, You can ask Allah about that. I don't think Syrians follow that. Maybe that's the issue. So parts of Egypt follow the Maliki madhab, West Africa, Chad, Sudan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Emirate of Dubai. Now don't zone out just because you see a map, okay? This answers probably a third of the questions I get. The UAE and northeastern parts of Saudi Arabia. So let me just do a quick search. What madhab does Syria follow? Hanafi and Shafi madhabs. That's okay, so that's different. So I believe that she is gaining knowledge from Salah and not so much her own knowledge. Now, Islam requires all of us to seek knowledge, to seek our own independent study and knowledge. That is required of you now, Chantal. You can't just take someone's word for it when they tell you that dogs are haram in the house. You should not just accept that, no matter how you feel about dogs or not. Ask Salah, because I don't know who else you could be talking to about this. Ask Salah to show you in the Quran where it says that. If it's in the Sunnah, ask him to show you. And for everyone, the Sunnah is basically, it's a collection of basically how the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, how he lived his life. The Quran is the holy teachings. The Sunnah is how the Prophet actually lived his life. So ask Salah to show you where that is. So a madhab, and this is like way more than the average person will ever know. So thanks for listening. No. Madhab is a school of thought. Sweet Sea Monster. Sunni is a sect. So like Sunni, Shia, those are sects within Islam. Like to compare it to Christianity, Protestant and Catholic would be sects within Christianity, and Sunni and Shia are sects within Islam. I wanted to just address, you experience that in North Nigeria, predominantly Muslim. I was advised not to bring my dog as some of my UN colleagues lost dogs due to some of these beliefs. And, for some, we can, we can look at that map again for the madhab. I don't have an answer for that. What actually happened with that? If you're not Muslim, you don't have to really, it's none of anyone's business, but I don't know. I don't know what happened there. You want to work in the UN? Yeah. I interviewed with the UN once. It was an interesting story. Madhab is essentially just a school of thought. This is just, and I'm just going to Wikipedia because I want to keep it as simple and straightforward as possible. Right, Sweet Sea Monster. They're not denominations. No. Possible. A madhab, way to act, a school of thought within fiqh, and fiqh is Islamic jurisprudence. Basically, like a school of law. Yeah, a school of law. How do these madhabs come into, like, how do we know that dogs are okay? How does that happen, right? Now, let me say that anything that I get wrong is on me, okay? I am not perfect. Oh, I'm hitting my mic. I'm not perfect in any way. There's not one category in life that I am perfect at, and religion is one of them. So if I get something wrong, that's all on me. And I'll apologize in advance if I'm going to do my very best to not get it wrong. Okay. And I just want to say the reason that I use Wikipedia for this type of content is because it's in very plain to understand terms. When we start searching Google, just in general, for madhab, you're going to get religious websites that are going to be a lot in Arabic. A lot. And the average Muslim is going to understand a lot of that. But someone who's just curious, it would be very easy to get lost, and for them to go far too much in depth, that it would just be like you just leave with your head shaking. So that's why I use Wikipedia. It's just very, very plain terms. So it says the major Sunni madhab are Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi, and Hanbali. They emerged in the 9th and 10th centuries CE, and by the 12th century, almost all jurists align themselves with a particular madhab. They recognize each other's validity, they interact with each other, but these are schools of thought. Ways of thinking. I'll apologize in advance if I'm going to do my very best to not get it wrong. Okay, so Islam, and I'll apologize in advance if I'm going to do my very best to not get it wrong. Okay, so this is kind of a cool map. Now, these are schools of thought. So Islam is Islam. But when it comes to like day-to-day living, there are different schools of thought around that. Okay. So basically there's always been the Quran and people who read the Quran. And then there were sheikhs that had their interpretation of just day-to-day things. So you can see that primarily Northern Africa is Maliki. She's over in this tiny little country over here. This is Kuwait right here. So it's mostly Maliki. What's that orange one? Jafari, Shia. Oh, okay. Okay. But I am trying to give some background to Chantal as to why this is not true. Now, for Salah, this might follow what he believes, that dogs are haram, and you're married to him, and I'm sure you're going to follow the same madhab that he does. So, but still, you can't take his word for it. You have to do your own research. So, Maliki is Imam Malik, and this was centuries ago. He had a ruling about dogs. And all of these countries follow the rulings of Imam Malik, that dogs are fine. In a nutshell, dogs are fine. They shouldn't be on your prayer rug. They shouldn't be taking a nap on your prayer rug. They shouldn't be drooling on you while you pray. Now, if you do want to look further into that, you're going to see words like najis, that it's meaning that they're unclean. And this comes from when dogs were used to hunt. So you'd send your dog out and they would hunt, like to catch a duck, and bring it back. And it's going to have its blood, on its teeth, things like that. And so it says, so having a dog in your home may be considered unclean if you have a hunting dog. My dogs are laying around. They're the only hunting they do is come out to the kitchen and look up at me with very cute faces, and then I give them a snack, So these are different ways of thinking and different schools of thought, that different rulings have been made on different things. Hey, Sunset Beats, how's it going? Good to see you. After you wash yourself before the prayer, the wudu, you don't want to go over and have your dog lick your hand. You want to stay clean from the time that you do wudu to praying and finishing your prayer. So the dog shouldn't be close by when you're praying, coming up on you and, rubbing up against you. You wouldn't want that anyway, clean or unclean or whatever, right? So Imam Malik had had some different ways of thinking that are more, to me, pertinent to how we live our lives today. You'll see this dark green Hanbali. This is a different madhab. This is a different imam who has different rulings. And from Hanbali, this is probably the strictest. The strictest. And, this is something just, it's worthy to look at for a moment. According to Islam, animals are conscious of God. According to the Quran, they praise him, even if this praise is not expressed in human language. Baiting animals for entertainment or gambling is prohibited. It is forbidden to kill any animal except for food or to prevent it from harming people. The Quran explicitly allows the consumption of the meat of certain halal, which just means lawful, not anti-Muslim, pro-Muslim, just lawful animals. Although some Sufis have practiced vegetarianism, Sufism is just, it's a little bit of a different way of practicing Islam. Certain animals can be eaten under the condition that they are slaughtered in a specified way, which makes them halal. Yeah, so, we're not going to eat monkeys, that kind of stuff. Preventing cruelty and maltreatment to animals, avoiding punishment of animals. Exposure to sound is also regulated. Providing food. Muslims are obliged to provide food and water for any animal they see, even if the animal does not belong to them. Providing sanitation. Animals' health must be respected, along with food, water, and shelter. Providing medication. In the event of illness, Muslims are expected to pay for the care and medication. So this is just Wikipedia, okay? This and the reason I'm using Wikipedia and not verses from the Quran is that this is going to be in language that everybody can understand. There's nothing open for interpretation. This is just very simply written. Yeah, there's so much to it, and it's like, okay, just, like, hang on, everybody, just let me explain. And even then, it can be a little too dense, like dense information for some people to just like to take it all in. So I totally get that. And especially like if you're not looking to revert to Islam, that's by the way, not why I'm here, but if you're not looking to, it's like you may not be interested enough to absorb the information. But yeah, it's just a school of thought. Like this imam said that dogs are not najis or unclean because of, a certain reason. However, this imam in this region over here says that they are najis. And just like Sunset Beats said, she practices a different madhab, and her family does. Yeah, if Salah is Syrian and follows Shafi, it's the same madhab my family follows as well, and dogs are considered haram or najis. The dog itself is never haram. It's a creature of God. But dog being in the home is unclean. They say that angels will not enter your home if you have a dog in your home. So that's why for me, I have dogs. I brought them back with me from Egypt. I would never, ever, but that's why let me finish a sentence. I would never, ever put my dogs out, even if my beliefs changed, because I made a commitment to them. And to me, God is it's who I report to. I report to God. And I think that he put them in my life for a mutual benefit. I think we've mutually benefited from each other. So I forgot where I was going with that. I don't know. So, but yeah, it can be kind of complex, but thank you everyone who's keeping an open mind and just listening. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, Companions of the Cave. This is what I suggested. Chantal, you might want to read. Oh, that's okay, Sunset Beats. I get it. I mean, I say stuff that I'm like, that's not quite right, but I can't really think of how to say it. I totally get it. They aren't considered haram, but to have them in your home is more accurate, right? Like pigs. A pig itself is not haram, but consuming and eating parts of a pig is. It's basically the same. Dogs are not haram, but having them, some people feel, and that's absolutely okay, that having them in your home is haram and will prevent angels from coming in. Yeah. A group of saintly young men presented in the Quran as exemplars of religion, sleeping with their dog, stretching out its forelegs at the threshold. Further on in verse 22, the dog is always counted as one of their numbers, no matter how they are numbered. In Muslim folklore, affectionate legends have grown around the loyal and protective qualities of this dog, whose name in legend is Gimir. And this is a whole chapter of the Quran about the cave and the dog. Louisa Moon, do a lot of Muslims swap madhabs or just stick with the one they're born into? I would ask the natively born Muslims to answer that question. We have a couple in the chat. For me, as a revert, where I was living was primarily Hanifa madhab. It's a little bit different. But I reverted after I returned to the States, and I just had constant questions all the time about everything. And I had a website I would use and I would Google, and then I was like, oh, what? Medheb? Like that also, that adds a whole other layer of complexity that I didn't even know about, right? So, but I noticed little things. The mosque that I was going to in a large city close to me, the imam there is a revert, and he practices and follows Maliki Medheb. And I saw when he was praying, he did like something slightly different than I've seen in Egypt. And I was like, I looked it up, Maliki. I'm like, that makes sense. And I have found that the way that I live my life here in the States, the Maliki Medheb best fits. It's the best fit. But as far as like switching, I don't know if people do that. Honestly, I don't know if they're born into it or being in a region. I hope the other people here who are born, Muslim can answer that. I never even considered that question. So thank you for asking that. You guys always have great questions. So, you can't kill ants. There's a whole chapter in the Quran named the ants. As a result, the killing of ants in Sunni Islam is prohibited. So forbidden haram is also aside from pork, because a lot of because its essence is considered impure, and it does contain a lot of as far as like parasites and things. The meat of domesticated donkeys, mules, and any predatory animal with canine teeth, and birds with talons you cannot eat. See, look at that. It's a bird with talons. It's an owl. Poison Pettiford. It's not related to Islam, but related to Bible, biblical times, religion for breakfast. Oh, religion for breakfast. Recent video, Why the Bible Hates Dogs, or Does It? Covers this topic from an academic perspective, in case anyone finds this topic interesting. Thank you, Poison Pettiford. Thank you for offering that. So you can see just from this very short, Chantal, if you're having trouble with the Quran, you can just read Wikipedia. I don't, really, whatever it takes. But you can see here that Islam holds animals in very high regard. You have to take care of all animals. And in Maliki Madhab, there is no problem with having dogs. So that's the dog question answered. Sunset Beats. They generally stick to the one their family is. I personally never have heard of anyone switching. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Steffi Jenks. My Muslim friend told me that he was taught if he would die without food and was presented with pork to eat or to steal an apple, he should take the pork. Oh, okay. That's the lesser of the two harams. I don't know that. I've learned that if you are absolutely in a 100% dire situation, it's not going to really present itself that often. But like if you are starving to death, like death is imminent, and literally the only food around is pork, eat the pork. But I mean literally no other options. Would that ever happen? I don't know. But like you hear of like people like there was a plane crash in South America. It was a rugby team, I think, and they ended up, cannibalizing each other. So it's a similar thing. Like you're gonna die. You're definitely gonna die, and this is all you got. The people who died in the crash, and they did. Like it's a pretty extreme example, right? But I don't know about the stealing or the pork. I've never heard that. Not doubting your friend. I can't comment on it because I don't know. Amarwa, I don't get madhabs. It's complicating things. I was talking to an Iraqi guy for a little while, and we just talked about some basic things, like basically how much do you actually practice? Like, we talked kind of openly with each other. He's in the States. And then I told him, I just mentioned Maliki Madhab, and he's like, whoa. And this is a guy that was born in Iraq, his family, everything, Muslim since birth. And he's like, yeah, I don't get all into it like that. I was like, what? I'm the revert. He's like, yeah, no, we don't get like that. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's it may be complicating things further than they need to be for a lot of people, and that's okay too. We go through a medheb crisis. You think so? Hello, humans and beings. Yeah. I'm starting to wonder if the phrase cleanliness is closest to godliness originated in this religion. Well, Judaism was first. So probably originated with the Jews, I would think. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe the more someone studies, if they read more and based on their interpretation in the scriptures. I think that's why, like, reverts, we can pick the madhab that is more closest English, do I speak it, more closely aligned to how we live our lives, because God doesn't want us to struggle unnecessarily. Like, we are going to struggle with things for sure, but like extra hardship, God doesn't want that for us. Just like keep things moderate, not too extreme one way or another is the main thing. Christians aren't supposed to eat shellfish or wear mixed fabrics, pierce ears, or get tattoos. And I haven't heard about the shellfish thing or the fabrics. So, maybe that's like from way back. I don't know. I never heard that. I don't think chickens have talons. No. They have feet. Okay. I don't know. Are they birds of prey though? Do they eat other birds? McFeely Rainbow Experiment. This is so interesting, and I learned so much from you. After the Wax Museum video, I went down a rabbit hole learning about Islam and dolls. Oh, interesting. Maybe you could share that with us sometime. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for being here and for being open-minded. One time I found a full mouse skeleton in a chunk of owl poop. That's funny. Well, I mean, they have claws. All birds have claws, But if it's a bird of prey, meaning they don't eat, like just worms and grass or whatever, little bugs, like they hunt other birds. Yeah. Oh, that's mostly for the tolerant Protestant Christian denomination. There's some that require a conversion baptism first. Yes, true. Roman Catholics have some strict rules. Roman Catholics have some rules, but not as strict as years ago. Yeah. I grew up Catholic. And as things make sense and things don't, you look through the different secrets of Islam. No, chickens don't have talons. Oh, tell the story of the woman who was punished for abusing a cat, if you know it. I'd want to look, I know the general story, but I'd want to look it up to give you some more detail. Essentially, a woman put a cat, like you could say, like locked it in a room by itself and didn't give it water or food and didn't set it free so that it could provide for itself. And that woman went to hell for doing that. Went to hell for doing that. That's in a nutshell. Here in Kuwait, we have a deeper rabbit hole, which is Sunni and Shia. Oh, of course. Absolutely. Yeah. And someone had asked earlier, is that like, are those denominations? Those are denominations within Islam. Muslims are all one together, and we don't like to divide. There are different denominations, such as these. Yeah. That's the event the movie Alive is based on. Chantal mentions when she's talking about flying sometimes. Oh, yeah, with the plane going down. Yeah. Right. Yeah. No, I saw what you said, Steffi Jenks, about stealing the apple or eating pork. I really don't know. I don't know. My friend is Muslim, and she said that because halal meat is so insanely expensive in Miami, she's allowed to eat non-halal meat, not pork if needed. Okay. I once went to a Muslim bookstore and needed to get a book, and the guy was like, what madhab are you? And I was like, I don't know. I had to go ask my mom. Oh, yeah. So you could be practicing and not know that it is something specific. Sure. Makes sense. Yeah. Continue.
That is why you see them in the zoo with other animals. On the other
No. Okay, so I was watching a video about an expat who's in Kuwait, and she and her friends went to the Kuwaiti zoo, and she was depressed for the rest of the day because of how sad it was to see those animals and the conditions that they were living in. Dogs don't belong in zoos. I don't know if you're trying to brainwash yourself, but Pomeranians in a zoo? Really? I mean, at some point, you got to wake up, right? Didn't that disturb you a little bit? I mean, we know you don't really like animals that much. You claim to, but.
other hand, that's very different from where I come from. But you don't realize it until you realize Canada's very secular, which means that there's no government mixing with religion to govern the country.
Well, like in places such as Canada and the United States, where there are so many religions, that's the way to go, in my opinion. Like, why force your religion on a whole group of people? There are too many different religions. The law needs to be from the government, not from a church, a mosque. It needs to be people of all religions contributing to it.
I will say it's a lot more peaceful here in a lot of ways. I think that my personal belief is because of these laws in place, the big conservative placement of value, respect. I think a lot of the reasons that alcohol and drugs and things like that are haram is because it's damaging to the mind and body and to the spirit. And if you're religious, you value God and you value yourself, you won't want to hurt yourself with substances. And that has been really
or food, just saying,
meaningful in my journey to recovery as an addict, which I do still struggle with, just mostly with food here and there. But when I was back at home and substances are readily available, you can overindulge on everything over there. And it's a different vibe. Like, again, I've heard people say it's there's so many like big malls and things, so it's like flashy like Vegas, but minus the debauchery. And I have to agree with that. You don't see people falling over drunk here.
I don't know, what it's like where Chantal lives in Canada, but I don't see people falling down drunk where I live, like ever, ever.
Throwing up on the street, making jerks of themselves, and it's you just don't see it here. And it's a very peaceful vibe. You hear the prayer on the street, people just respecting everything, and I don't know, I find it very peaceful here in a way that I guess unless you live it, you might not really understand it. That's why I like traveling the world and being more interested in different cultures, because it opens your mind to a lot of things that you never would think about living in the same geographical location for your whole life,
That's true. A lot of people do need to get out. They really do. A lot of people, but most won't. Most will not. She's saying it's more peaceful, and I can see where she's coming from with, I'll say this from my own perspective, it's a slower pace. It's much, much, much slower pace. No, there isn't the constant go, 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 always have to be doing something. So that's very nice. Definitely. That's very nice.
And I will say, I do see a lot of comments. People are in disbelief with a past like my own, coming from such an open place. With a past like mine, how can we make it work? And I have to say, Saul has been nothing but just like so open to, he sees the changes in me, he's supportive of it, and he actually helps. Like I've said many times, being with someone who helps you on this healing process, recognizes that you have a good heart and a willingness to change and respect yourself more, and it's just made such a difference in this journey. I'm not perfect and I'm still struggling sometimes. Change is not.
She's not perfect, guys. We know. Why is she acting like she has consumed so much of foreign culture that she's an expert? And at the beginning of this video, she said that she was taking these culture shock points from the Kuwait e-visa website and mentioned the weather as being a cultural shock. Yeah. Yep. So, yeah. She hadn't been there long at all. Hot tea off topic. The filters just make me angry. I don't know why people have to be so fake these days. I like real and raw to connect with. Yeah, I feel like for myself, if I had to be on camera again, I would probably, you know, like on Zoom when you're in a Zoom meeting and they have this like, what is it like fix my appearance or something. I forget what it's called. But like I just nudge it over a little bit. I'm like a little tiny improvement. But you know, it doesn't change my face shape. It blurs a few of my fine lines and that's about it. Like I'm still me. But the filter she uses changes everything. Eye color, shape, lip size, everything. Yeah, and you know, it's like, what are we looking at here? Is this a real person? Or, you know, what is this?
Not linear and it's not overnight. If everyone's patient with
So what are you doing to help bridge the cultural differences with Salah? Or is it all on him?
me, I think I'm on the right track. I feel it. One thing, speaking of acceptance and friendliness and big hearts, is how welcoming people are. One of the cultural customs is hospitality. People are so nice, and even people here who have hardly anything, or just even if they're struggling, or even if, and no matter what walk of life or financial situation they have, if you are welcomed into someone's home, they will treat you like royalty. They will share their best food with you. They will just be so friendly and welcoming. And it's just, I mean, like you've seen on my live stream, neighbors will bring us like olives at midnight, or just anytime they cook, they think of you, they bring you food. And so I've kind of learned, okay, you know what, I like this and I'm going to share too. So whenever somebody brings us something and the dish is empty, now we fill it with something and give it back. So it's a really, they rely on this kind of community of friendliness to help each other. That being said,
overall, it's a community effort, period, because in the US, and I'm not sure, I think Canada might be like this as well, it's a very individualistic society where you're on your own. You are on your own. Yeah, you might have family, friends that like can help you here and there, but like it's all on you. And you know, in this other culture, it's a very communal type of mind think. So when one person is suffering, the whole family is suffering. Like everyone's going through it with you. The other thing where she's saying, you know, the people with the least will share the most. I just know this from, you know, my own experience, not from the Middle East, but when you're a person, if you've struggled in life, if you've truly struggled, you know how that feels. You know what it's like to be food insecure or not being able to pay your rent, or, you know, like once you really know how that feels, and maybe you had someone help you out and it like saved you, and you want to do that for others when you can. So I feel people that don't have much, they know how it feels not to have anything. So they're willing to offer, because if they, you know, they might have like, let's just say they have a table, you know, like one of Chantal's, like the food that she orders, like those big, you know, plates of things, like someone might have that and it's the most food that they've had all week. So to them, this is like a surplus, like here, take some, have a bowl of it. And someone who eats like that on a regular basis might say, oh, really? Like, you know, you should just eat it. Like, it's okay. Like, you know, it's just a different perspective.
I did learn that it's custom, if somebody offers you something in their home,
try not to turn it down, because usually they're offering you something they're proud of making or something. Like we went to someone's home and they offered, I wasn't hungry and I was kind of full because they made us like some food, and we just had dinner, but they offered me like on top of that like a fresh banana smoothie, and I was like, with some fresh bananas they just got, and I said no. No thank you. And they kind of looked at me like, you know, like didn't really understand, and then they offered me again later, so I did say yes that time, and it was delicious. But also,
So that's the I so that doesn't mean say yes all the time, or say yes like as long as you're being offered, say yes. No. That's not what that means. It's always hospitable to offer something, and it's also gracious to say no the first time. You know, like if I'm visiting with, you know, like a relative there that maybe it's the first time I'm at their house, and they say, "Oh, come on in. Do you want, you know, like here, can I get you this?" I'll be like, "Oh, no, I'm fine, really." And they'll be like, "Really?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, really, I'm fine." And we'll sit down and we'll talk for a little bit, and they'll be like, "Are you sure you don't want to? Well, are you going to have some? All right, I'll have some with you." You know, just like that's how that goes. And I feel like that's kind of how it goes in the Western world as well. So it's like general manners, you know, she has a hard time with that. Okie doll, this makes me think of how gracious Allah and his wife were. His wife bathed Chantal because she couldn't fit in Salah's bathroom. Chantal's way of thanking her was accusing her of being a prostitute. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's Chantal in a nutshell right there, you know? Someone who would do that for you. That's how you repay them? Yeah, exactly. Just because someone's offering, it's not rude to turn it down. Like, you know, there might be like just like some misinterpretation here. Maybe like she said no and they looked at her like they didn't understand. I mean, okay, yeah, I don't know.
if you're eating and you don't want to eat anymore, be sure to leave a bit of food on your plate, because they'll just keep filling your plate with food. Like, people really like to feed people here and be nice. And it's like a heartwarming feeling I can't explain. It's such a peaceful culture, peaceful religion. The people are so amazing. And yes, it seems conservative probably to people in the Western world, but as long as you're respectful, there should be no problem. Same thing if you want.
What about like filming people when they clearly don't want to be filmed? What about that? Is that respectful?
Like if you're having coffee, it's custom like after.
So these like traditions that she's talking about are like leave a little food on your plate when you have coffee, eat with your right hand. These sound like they're coming from a website, like bullets on a website, like how to behave in an Arab's home. That's what it sounds like to me. Like, this is culture shock? You titled this Canadian Culture Shock. They sound like bullet points from a website.
One thing I see a lot is talk about the differences between men and women. So even on the website, the visa website, it does say Kuwait, like a lot of Islamic countries, are predominantly patriarchal, meaning they're male dominated. But I find that Kuwait is a lot more open compared to some countries. Like, women can drive and things like that now. Mm-hmm. They're in the workforce with equal pay. There are certain things that women and men do separate. And in my blog, that's all that I meant. But I did edit out that part because I felt like I wasn't explaining it properly. First of all, men and women, it's custom that they socialize separately, usually, especially in public. In the home, it's different. In the home, you can do whatever you want. You can dress however you want. You know, you're married, you're together, it's your private home. But in public, there's certain customs. And in my video, I just meant we were just doing things separately. Actually, the women can smoke shisha if they want to. It's a personal choice. What I'm wearing is a personal choice. Women, I would say there are women, mostly from other cultures. There's a large Indian and Filipino population here. A lot of them don't cover because they're not Arab. or they're not Muslim. And the ones who are, though, I usually see them always in hijab, and a lot of women I've seen in niqab as well.
So just because you're Arab doesn't mean that you're Muslim. Okay. So most Arabs are Muslim. However, most Muslims are not Arab. There are so many Muslims all over the world. So being Arab doesn't mean that you have to cover. You can be Christian and Arab. You can be Jewish and Arab, and not wear Christians don't wear hijab. You don't wear hijab. So there are plenty of people walking around not fully covered, and they don't have to be. Their religion doesn't require it. So Blue Daisy, one time when my kids were younger, my husband was working out of town and I got sick. On Saturday morning, my whole community showed up to help. That's awesome. I mean, that's true community. True community. That's awesome. Awesome. The women brought weeks worth of freezer meals and cleaned the house, and men did all the yard work. It was really wonderful. I love small towns in Alberta. That's fantastic. Wow. I wish they'd come to my house. Only 20% of Muslims are Arab. Right. But she seems to look, she just has such a limited view of everything. Oh, thank you so much, Blondie. And make sure you like the stream. It shows YouTube you're enjoying your time in the nest. So thank you so much. I always forget to say that. Thank you.
So back to the men.
So niqab is when the veil comes over the bridge of the nose and connects. So only the eyes would be showing. That's niqab.
And women doing separate things. There's actually a custom called Diawania. I had to practice that a few times, so that's maybe why there's a jump cut there.
I don't know what it is.
Diawania is gathering of men at where they socialize, at cafes.
Diawania takes place in the home.
Shisha together, have drinks, non-alcoholic, and just socialize together. Again,
so is it like boys' night? Is that what Diawania means? What? I've never heard of this. And I have since learned what it is. It's especially in Kuwait, and it used to be in front of people's homes. They would have a little section, I think it was even covered, maybe tented, where the men would just socialize together and sit on the cushions, have some tea, some shisha, and it was just a men's time to socialize. My former partner would be like, I'm going out to the cafe. Okay, have fun. See you later.
It's very conservative that way, which is why we also deleted some things that, I'm learning. So if I do something that's a little bit out of the norm or a little questionable, it's just out of ignorance or just forgetting or not aware at all. I mean, you can prepare and research all you want, but experience is the biggest teacher, right? So
yeah, that's true. Or reading websites, reading bullet point lists of how to behave in a person's home, or how to, what this is, what that is. That's very high level. You really have to get out. And it sounds like she has been out a little bit. But I can't see that culture shock has really hit her yet. She hasn't said anything that's really all that oh my God, that she didn't know how to deal with, or something upsetting. So yeah, when I think of the culture shock I experienced, it was nothing like these very, very generic things at all. Becca Boo, totally random, but your voice is so soothing. Thank you. You've become one of my favorite reactors. Thank you so much, Becca Boo. I appreciate that. It's very, very nice. Oh, I feel like I got clickbaited. I do. All we heard is how nice everyone is, and they just want to feed you, and the men meet together, and okay. Don't say no to banana smoothies. Culture shock is really, I mean, I could tell some stories. I will.
So I do edit things out of respect or just to avoid problems in the future. But
that's good. And if Salah is telling her to edit some things out, she should probably listen to him. I was actually filming a reaction video for this channel, and it was someone from the UK interviewing expats who were in Kuwait. And I started to speak on something that I realized that I was basically, okay, in certain parts of the world. Now in the US, we can criticize our government, our president, like awful cartoons can be made, to make fun of the president, or, you can say anything you want and nothing's going to happen to you. You might have people who disagree with you, and that's the extent of it. You might get cursed out on Twitter, but no one's coming to get you. No one's coming to take you away. Okay. So I started to speak on like approaching that topic a little bit. And I decided, no, I just need to stay away from that completely for the time being and really be careful with my words. So where she's talking about she might need to edit some things, it can be things like that where they're not openly spoken about anyway. And where she is in the country right now, she would not want to speak of those things. But my hunch is that she doesn't know about those things because she doesn't get out enough and she doesn't talk to enough people other than Salah to really find out about what's actually happening in the country. So I don't know.
Public displays of affection are very big no-no. Even with the most loving married people, all men and women do not do that in public here with each other. If you do come here,
she's right. That's true. No PDA. If, especially as a white woman, a white Western woman, if she's like, if she's in the souk and, Salah's putting his arm around her and hugging her, that would be seen as him kind of putting her, like she's a prostitute, like putting her on display for all the men to watch. Like, look what I can do with her in public, and she doesn't mind. I know, you don't have to agree with it, you don't have to like it, but that's the way it's seen. So no PDA, yeah.
Even though you don't have to technically cover your head, out of respect, they do expect you to dress conservatively as a woman. So covering your shoulders, covering at least, down to your ankles. I usually go...
And I showed a picture in my last video of the woman in the souk that was clearly a foreigner. She wasn't covered down to her ankles. Like I said before, dress like you're going to church on a fall day. That's it. And your clothing can be very lightweight. It doesn't have to be piling on sweaters and, just very lightweight, flowy, but just, less skin is better.
Go out always in an abaya, sometimes niqab. I've been sometimes wearing that, but always.
She's going out in niqab? Okay. So I have a story that I have a story. Okay. So okay. I've traveled to Egypt, I believe 4 times, possibly 5. I lived there for a couple of years. When I was back in the States one time, I was at Walmart. And it was right as Ramadan was starting. And I saw a woman in niqab. So this is like fully, like only the eyes showing. Like some women who wear niqab even wear like gloves because they, not for the skin, showing skin, but because the sun, can wrinkle your hands faster when they're, if you're in an Arab country. So like fully black, ninja style. Okay. So I see her, she's with a man. Okay. And it's okay for me as a woman to go up to her and talk. There's nothing wrong with that at all. So I went up to her and I said, Ramadan Kareem. And I got the blankest look from her. And I saw that she was a white girl. And I was like, oh. And so this person who looks to be ultra conservative, okay, people who wear niqab are ultra conservative. And I mean, like their husband might be from Saudi Arabia in a certain sect. Like very, 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 very conservative. There's nothing that says that you need to dress like that or that you need to cover your face. There is nothing like that. Some women choose to, that's fine. But what I saw is that this woman clearly didn't know what Ramadan was, but she was dressed the most, like the most that you could. And I saw that she was probably American. And so I see, like, now I hear Chantal saying that she goes out in niqab. That is completely unnecessary. It shows you is almost, honestly, I mean, hey, Egypt is more liberal than Kuwait, okay? In Egypt, you might be seen as like a religious zealot, like you're going way overboard, and there's no need to. It's not a prescribed thing that you're supposed to wear. That's why most don't. I mean, you don't have to. Why would you? So people, women, or men who believe that niqab is necessary have very, very, very strict conservative ways of thinking. So, and here was this woman in Walmart dressed like that, and she doesn't even know what Ramadan is. So that's kind of how I see, whenever I see niqab, I think either very conservative religiously. But I mean, I had a friend in Egypt who wore niqab. I did. I worked at an Islamic school. So one of the other teachers, she wore niqab. No problem. We were great friends. And that's just what she thought was right for her. Totally fine. She showed me pictures of herself wearing jeans and everything. She's like, this is what I look like. Like, I just want you to know. I'm like, okay, it's cool, But like at school, she wore niqab. So, and she was pretty normal. That's just what she chose to wear. But this is what I see with Chantal, going overboard with certain things, yet not understanding some of the fundamentals. Fran, you're exercising. Awesome. Had my husband watch Sister Minnie. He was cracking up. Awesome. Yeah, it's so cute. And I still look at Chantal like that. She's always trying to do the most, like appear as if she's doing the most, but she doesn't have the fundamentals down. I still view her just like that. You could walk up to her and say something that any revert should know, and she'll just give you that blank stare, like, I don't know what you're talking about. But she's always appears to be doing the most, as if she's so, I don't want to use the word pious, because I don't think that's the right word, but as if she's like so steeped in knowledge about the religion that she's even like beyond you. But you ask her something very, very simple and fundamental, and she doesn't even know what you're talking about. But she wants to appear a certain way. And it's that insincerity really comes across. I think she only knows what Salah has taught her. Exactly. Yes, I agree with you. Absolutely. And we're required to seek out our own knowledge, not just take someone's word for it, even your husband. Look for it yourself.
In hijab. The niqab, actually, it's comes to here, and the air actually flows under it. It's not covered like a mask, so it's not too bad, and it just goes under this with an elastic, so it's actually not that uncomfortable. It's not really uncomfortable, actually, and I'm kind of used to this. Sometimes it is hot, I'm overweight and I'm fully covered, so until, it took some getting used to, but I am getting a lot more used to it. And being here in the winter is so much better, from what I'm told. I don't think I could stand a summer here, but yeah. All right, so that's about it for this video. I think I've said everything I want to say. I will be doing a lot more videos and a lot more videos talking about my experiences. I do have a weight loss video coming up. That will just mostly be me updating you on that topic in my life, because it is a big thing in my life. And yeah, I'll just be coming out with that video at some point, so stay tuned. Also, we are going to be doing more videos on the couples channel, so I will also be doing some live streams while Salah's at work, so stay tuned for those as well. I really appreciate you guys who are still here. I know that every change I go through in my life, good or bad, I lose people along the way, and that's a lesson for me. It really teaches me who my real friends and supporters are.
It should be a lesson to you, not about who the people are in your life. If you continue to lose people in your life, that there's one common denominator there. If those people are constantly changing, it's probably not all them.
And I say that to try to shame people, but it's just a fact that people come and go in life, and people will, you know, your real friends will be there through no matter what. So yes, anyways, lots of lessons, but I'll save those for another video. All right, guys, I've blabbed enough here. And again, very beautiful country in closing, and I'm very glad that I'm here and experiencing it with Salah. So, and you guys along on the journey. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye. Masalama.
Okay, so yeah, I'd like an update. I'd like an update on what the actual culture shock was or is. What are you currently experiencing? Because according to the culture adjustment graph, you're probably hitting culture shock right about now. So I would like an update. I really would. And I would encourage you, Chantal, to be entirely honest with your experiences. No one buys the everything is paradise and everything's wonderful. Clearly it's not. And it's no one expects it to be. No one expects it to be. I would also say, and this is entirely unsolicited, but just because you ran out of your medication doesn't mean that you can't go get it at a pharmacy in Kuwait. You may not even need a prescription for it, even if it's a traditionally prescription medication. You're going through a lot there. The culture shock is going to hit you pretty hard. I would recommend getting back on medications. You said yourself in your last video that you have mental disorders. Well, you can't just work on your mental disorders by yourself. You sometimes need chemical help from medications, and you need professional help. There's no shame in seeking both of those out. Please take care of yourself, because you're in an upheaval in your life. And I think anyone watching you would understand that. So just take care of yourself. Okay, everyone, if you want to see a certain topic covered on this channel, please leave a comment below. I would love to know. And have a great day, everybody. Bye-bye. Okay, so that was a video from April 1st. The medhab part, I would say, is the most important part of that. Sunset Beats, I 100% agree with you, especially if especially your husband. If you're a revert, sorry to say that, but it's just so important as a revert to do your own research so you're not taken advantage of. I 100% agree with you. Yeah, because she doesn't even look at like currency exchange. And who knows if Salah told her that, you know, the supposed boil, 2,000 US, 2,000 Canadian dollars. I hope she's confused, because that's, you know, it was probably a couple hundred. But, you know, relying on another person, whether it's your husband, a family member, a friend, relying on them for so much, and you feel like it gives you a mental break so someone else can worry about it, is just, it's really dumb. It's really, really dumb. Not everyone has your best interest in mind. I totally agree with you, Sunset Beats. Totally agree. It's a waste not to learn when you have opportunity, but it seems especially so with a religion that highly values learning and study and contemplation and thought. It's a shame, really. There's some things that, you know, I feel like I wonder, it would just benefit her so much if she grasped some of the basic concepts, I think. Even if she can't apply them right away, just to mull them over. Lost Tamale, I can't imagine what being that willfully ignorant to an entire culture while living in the country it's from. Willful ignorance is exactly what it is. And that's mind-boggling to me. Why would you do that to yourself? I mean, clearly she's never been completely screwed over by somebody who took advantage of her willful ignorance. But when it happens, she still probably won't wake up, but I don't know. What's the point of her wearing niqab out in public but not wearing it when live streaming? I have no idea, Beachy. I don't. Because for me, it's not, you know, it's not prescribed in the Quran for us to wear that. So I, you know, I don't know. And to, the difference of why she wears it out, but not at home, online. I have no idea. No clue. No clue. Sheikha Chantal. Yes, we got our daily khutbah from Chantal, Sheikha Chantal. If change is sincere, it should be a sign that your journey isn't the same as theirs. Everyone has their own, for sure. You'd like to know Salah's culture shock in Thailand? Me too. Me too. He's not going to go to the Thailand e-visa website to list off culture shock. She never said any one thing that was a cultural shock. Nothing. I bet it was a culture shock when she thought Kuwait has a large obesity population. Yep. She thought there were going to be people like her walking all over the place. No. I have to remind myself that is all fat under the headpiece. It looks like a bunch of fabric or something not the proper way. Some of it is the fabric with what she's wearing. It's just like, it's hard to know what's going on under there. It really is. Bees are sacred anyway. We need bees to pollinate trees and flowers. Definitely. Yeah. I just planted some I don't know. They're supposed to attract bees, like flowers that are especially for pollinators. It's supposed to be good for them, I guess. She doesn't like therapy because they call her on her BS. Yeah. Hey, Tangled Bliss. I'm glad you're still here. You made the elliptical workout 9 miles. Just fly. Awesome. Oh, that's awesome. So gracious, being concerned about her. I've long since lost that for her. Well, that was back in April. So I have evolved since then. Yeah, and people thought I was like making excuses for her or defending her. And it's like, I don't see a need to rage and yell. It's like she doesn't affect my life like that. And if I can use some of the stuff she's putting out to educate people, like, don't listen to Chantal. It's actually more like this. But, I do, I have far less mercy for her, or grace, I would say, with her now, because of that tiger thing. Just really, everyone has their point with her. And for me, it was the tigers and how she addressed it afterwards. Especially how she addressed it afterwards. And I'm like, screw this lady, honestly. Medicine costs money, though. That means less money for indulgences. But it's super cheap there. But you're right. She would rather spend it on food. Yeah. Codependency will bite her in the behind. It sure will. It sure will. You're not going to learn to drive. You're not going to learn to convert money. You're not going to learn about the only religion that you've reverted to. It's just like, oh, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm a princess. I just get driven around. It's like, wow. Well, when Salah takes off, you're really going to have some problems. I live in the U.S. Would have culture shock if anyone tried to help me. Linda, listen. What do you mean that people aren't helpful with each other in the U.S.? I find it kind of depends where you are, I guess. She's got a darn encyclopedia at her grasp. She could get books on tape. Oh, I mean, there's so much information out there. There's no excuse not to. She has access to the internet. That's all she needs. Willfully ignorant and no intellectual curiosity. A very bad combo. Yes, I agree. I can't wrap my head around that. How you could want to be like that, You used to live by a pig farm? Yeah, okay. Probably didn't smell great, huh? If it was prescribed in the Quran, we would be required to wear it when we go to Mecca, but we aren't. Exactly. You have to have your identity visible to people. Exactly. Yep. And, I don't judge the women that wear it. Like I said, I had a very good friend in Egypt who wore it. She ended up taking it off at I think it was after I left. She ended up taking it off. But, she had her reasons. She definitely felt more conservative religiously than her peers. She was a little bit younger than me. We were both teachers. But, I mean, I loved this girl. She was wonderful. I guess like if people might see it as a barrier, like this person doesn't want to get to know people, doesn't want to interact with people. And that wasn't the case with this girl at all. At all. I think Chantal is happy to cede a lot of responsibility to Salah. Despite her protestation, she isn't good at being independent. Right. Exactly. No, she couldn't. She couldn't. She can't handle the smallest thing. The reality is she doesn't actually care about her religion. I don't know if she does or not, but, I don't know. Way back when I was working out, you showed Muslim men with dogs. They look like Italian wolfhounds. Those were Saluki dogs. Yeah. I thought at one point one of my Baladi dogs had Saluki in him. Because they tend to like have very narrow faces, very thin, but they have very long hair, and my dog didn't. It gets easier now that I think that everything she says is a lie. A boil, hospital, whatever. Yeah, that's the thing. She lies so much, and especially where she's trying to be more private now, she just ends up lying more. So, yeah. You're thinking, and Fran is a nurse, you guys. FD is Fran. I'm thinking the boil was a lie. Maybe she had yeast under her fupa. Yeah, she might have had something going on, but a boil is extremely painful. I don't think she'd be out the next day walking for miles. She couldn't do that on a regular day. She was wearing niqab for like 2 weeks online and in person. She stopped though because she found out, like you said, it's a cultural thing, not an Islam thing. That's why there's old pics of her in it. And if you don't understand why you're wearing something, why are you wearing it? Why would you put it on? If you don't know if there's meaning behind it, what the meaning is, what if it's not something that you would want like attributed to you? If this means this, then that means that you're that. That's what the average person would think. And if she doesn't know what it means, why would you even put it on? It could mean something bad, potentially. It doesn't, but, why would you? Yeah, I don't know. I think she just really likes to appear to be exotic. When she tries to say something in Arabic, she never translates it to English. And that's like, I know this word and you don't. You'll just have to guess what I'm talking about, which is obnoxious. Hey, Trudy, how's it going? Nice to see you, Trudy. The curiosity alone kills me. I don't know how he can live so ignorant in a serious situation. Or she, yeah. I know. And he was a virtual stranger when she went there. You're just going to trust this 29-year-old guy to be able to handle everything? Nope. There are men older than me that I wouldn't be able to trust with handling everything. Not everyone has the strengths in like lifing. And if you have a lot of experience in your own life, sometimes you know more, I can't just like hand over my everything to anyone. The thought that niqab got in the way of her eating on screen and thus her income, but hopefully it was because she did find out more about it. You never know with her, right, Steffi? That could have been it. Like I had iftar. Well, I ate lunch with my friend too, but I remember at iftar was the first time that I saw my friend eat. And iftar is the breaking of the fast during Ramadan. So we're fasting all day. And then after the evening prayer, you can eat. And the school we worked for put out an amazing iftar for us. And she and I sat together. And, so we're out in public, like there's men teachers around. So she would just kind of slip the food like underneath the, it's like a scarf basically that like hangs off of the nose and straight down. So it's not like a medical mask. It hangs. So she would just like slip it underneath there and eat, But yeah, that wouldn't, if she has feeders that want to see her chew, that wouldn't work out, right? That wouldn't have worked out. I've done so much research since she's left. Sure, not all is correct, but I'm trying to learn. And Blondie, that is effing fantastic. I really do appreciate that about you. Like I can see it. I can see it. It's awesome. You know, it really is. The last thing I want is to be a white woman continuing ignorance. I totally get that. Totally. I appreciate that, Blondie. I really, really do. Yeah. And there are going to be some things that I learned that aren't correct, and someone will come along and correct me, and that's totally fine. I want them to. Yeah. In all my years of following her, she's never claimed any religion. Interesting. Huh. And all her lies aren't even clever. They're so transparent and easily disproven. She doesn't keep track of them. She doesn't keep track of them so that nothing stays the same. You did explain revert versus convert. Oh, of course. Yeah, sure. And it's just a matter of phrasing. As Muslims, we believe that we are Muslim from birth, even if we aren't brought up to be Muslim. So later in life, if we decide to convert, in quotes, convert to Islam, we consider it reverting, going back to the original state. That's why we use that word. That's the only reason, really. I think it was a blood blister. I don't think she's done any walking since. She's still editing from Pattaya. The only thing up to date is her lives. Yeah. Yep. Niqab with winged eyeliner. She's trying to cosplay an Arab woman from an old movie. Yeah. She's seducing us all with her eyes. Oh my God. Yeah. And there are some things you can take from a culture if you find that, you enjoy it and you put it on, you think you look good. But then it comes to a time where it's like, are you even still you? I remember my former partner telling me about a woman that one of his friends married. She's Russian. And he said you wouldn't even know she's Russian. She wears niqab. She has like heavy, like kohl eyeliner. It's not even like liquid black eyeliner. She uses like the kohl that you use like in the desert. She's Russian. And it's like you would never know it. It's like, well, maybe this is who she's been all her life, and now she's ready to express it. Maybe. Or if she's trying to fit in. It's like, to me, it's like, are you trying too hard? Like I love some of the jewelry I've gotten in Egypt. I wear it, but I also wear like my other stuff too. I don't know. It's just like it seems like it feels like a lack of authenticity, I guess. We have a big Muslim community in my city. That's awesome. She acts so different and strange about it. So weird, right, Trudy? So you are interacting with Muslims and you see the difference between them and Chantal, it sounds like. Like they're regular people, right? And like you're watching Chantal, like she's not acting like a regular person. What is going on here? Hey, y'all. Hey, Chrissy Cakes. She wore the niqab to try to oversell the fact that she was really Muslim. People were calling her bluff, so she put it on. Then they told her why it's worn, and she took it off. Goodness gracious. Goodness. Ashley Eaton, how are you? Both of them are just wandering around aimlessly in life, to be honest. Dumb leading dumber. I hate to be so cruel, but it's the truth. He doesn't seem to be, a leader, I would say. Texas Voodoo. I met my husband online, long distance. We met many times before moving in together, then marrying after a year. That fast courtship and blurb was 100% BS. They didn't know each other at all. Yeah. Lost Tamale, are you serious? You and some others in chat have helped me navigate this chapter of Foodie Beauty. Her inability to understand the culture makes it difficult to take her seriously. It sure does. And I really feel like if she just got out, met some people, you're going to absorb what's happening around you. But if you just stay in an air-conditioned apartment and your husband just tells you everything that you feel you need to know, what if he has an ulterior motive that you're not aware of? Like, does she even consider that? That he could be lying to her about some stuff? She should. She should consider it. My friend knew how to eat. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You trust someone with your life if you've known them for a long period of time and has proven that they can and will take care of you to your standards. Yeah. Yeah. Not for a couple of weeks. Lost Tamale, you also help me understand what is culturally accurate, etc. in all the info. That's awesome. That's all I wanted to, just like, look, half of the stuff she's saying is kind of BS. Let me just give my perspective. I felt like she was leading people down a road of like everything just sounded like complete BS. I've worked with a lot. They are generous to a fault. The Thai people, they could be poor as anything, but they don't care as long as they're breathing. Wonderful people. I'm sure. There's so many good people in the world. There really are. You saw a compilation of story times. The Boyle story was included with pictures from an old video. From another creator, you mean? She says herself she can't even be bothered to rewatch her own lives or videos. If you don't lie, there's nothing to remember. Exactly. Like we watched a retro react, I think it was last night, of she got some olives for Christmas and she was like, I love olives. And now we see, her present day saying she loves olives. So we know that that's truthful. But other stuff, it's like, it doesn't change if it's true. She definitely wants to be exotic, not like other girls, when she's literally the most basic white lady from Canada, except for her size and lower than average intelligence. That makes her unique. She like needs a persona because she doesn't have one of her own, I think. The eyes lost their charm several years of lives ago for me. Unfortunately, all I see now is a lazy person who culturally appropriates as she sees fit for herself. That is sad to me. Yeah, it is. She's exhausting. Yes. She wore the niqab when she rode the four-wheeler. Yeah, that's right. She did. Yeah. You have a good friend who's Muslim that you talk to every day. That's awesome, Green Dragon. And you'll find most Muslims are open to answering questions, Like if you're curious about something, The niqab was when she first got to Kuwait. She wore it in the very beginning of the Kuwait arc. Yeah. In my humble opinion, I think they are both trying to pull a fast one on each other and will get whatever they both deserve. They're both definitely in it for something. And it's not love, in my opinion, also. It's not love. I can't figure out what it is for him. I know what it is for her. She just wants someone to claim her and pretend to love her. But what can be so important to Salah that he's willing to put up with all this? And we say residency to Canada. Does he even know what Chantal's financial situation is? That may not be possible through Chantal. Like you should probably start putting his time and effort and money, potentially into another person that is more likely to be able to bring him into the country he wants to get into. He's more adult about money and such, but in life he's stunted just as she is. In my opinion, if there is not learning issues, they're both very sheltered. Yep, I think so too. Yeah. Yep. Becca Boo, what? You mean someone 10 years younger from a good family and expected to have children wouldn't want a morbidly obese, barren, hateful woman that's 10 years older? Yes. And, I don't think in the States that's as much of a big deal, the woman being older than the man. I don't think so. But I have found in the Middle East, it's highly unusual because they do want a fertile woman who can provide maybe even multiple children to carry on the name. So, yeah. I love your posts every single day. Look forward to them. Thank you, Green Dragon. You mean the hijab of the day? Yeah, I like doing that too. I just take a couple, I schedule them in advance. So if you've made a request, it might take a couple days for it to work its way in because I add them onto the calendar basically. But they automatically post, so I don't have to do it every day. I just line them up to post. Yeah, I'm trying to get a good cross section of women and types of hijab. And I've never seen people falling down drunk. I'm a nurse working in the ER. You could set your watch by it. Friday and Saturday night at 3 a.m., the cops would bring drunks in. Oh. Lost Tamale. She talked to us like we were idiots and incapable of Googling. Thankful for the handful of reactors I've met this past year. And I'm thankful for you guys. You guys really add seriously a lot to the conversation. Like, I liked making those videos like the one we just watched, and I'll continue to do that. But it's a totally different experience interacting with you guys as it's happening. Totally different. It's very nice. You did find both of them so disrespectful in the sanctuary of truth. Yeah. Yeah. They don't know how to act. It's as simple as that. They don't know how to act like adults. My friends told me at 30 years old, they're expected to study a Quran more seriously. It's the next phase of their religious practice being. I wonder if Salah will undergo that growth given his age. I don't know. I've never heard the 30-year-old thing. Maybe. I truly appreciate your truth. I've watched Chantal since before mukbangs. Ashley, you've been around for a while. I found her when I first got on YouTube, and she was suggested for beauty vlogs. Now I'm stuck down this hole and can't get out. I can only imagine, because watching the retro, like the old videos of her, she seems like fairly normal, relatable, a little quirky, but I could see why people watched back then. I could see. And if you've been watching for that long, you've created, like a parasocial bond with her. Like, you want to see how this all turns out. But in the meantime, you're like, why am I watching this? This is so dumb, I'm sure. Steffi Jenks, my Muslim friend, shared a lot with me. I love that. That's awesome. Same, Texas Voodoo, same. I feel like a year after her journey started, we've all learned more about Islam than Chantal. There have been so many topics that Chantal has brought up that I've learned about that I've never even looked into. Mount Everest being one of them. I know quite a bit about Mount Everest now. And her saying she was going to train to go to base camp. I didn't even know what base camp was. I was like, well, I better go look that up. And now I watch mountaineering videos on the regular for K2 and Mount Everest. It's, we all learn a lot from watching her learn nothing. Like Thailand. Like Sansa Cooks is teaching us so much about Thailand. And like, we wouldn't have even gotten to that topic if Foodie Beauty didn't go to Thailand, Are they still on vacation? As of yesterday, they were still in Thailand. Yes. And I have no idea what's going on with that. Like, sometimes truly I have like it's blank. I have no idea what's going on. Because I have theories and I'm like, how likely are they? But they don't look like they want to still be there. And why would you go on vacation for an entire month to a place that she's never been before? If you've been somewhere and you love it, or if it's really, really far, okay, yeah, a month, but they don't appear to like it very much. Well, he's having a great time. He doesn't like the food, but she most likely lied about her ability to sponsor him to Canada. I'm sure she did. Absolutely. She had to have. He wants the visa, and both are going about it in a blatant and public display of fraudulent acts, in my opinion. Lost Tamale, I think a lot of this like fake cuddling, like she was like, the embassy's never going to believe us if we don't at least show some kind of affection. So he solves that by patting her on top of the head and like fondling her chins. Like, I'm not convinced, still not convinced. He'd at least want to have one son. I guess a lot of people do, I suppose. But yeah, having children is far more important, it seems, for Arabs than Like, I don't want kids at all. Thankfully, I never did. Thankfully. Yeah. But some people can't imagine their life without having kids. Like, what if they couldn't? Les Tamale, I love this chat too. Seriously. The people are super nice, informative. They just share, you know, openly. I love it too. It's the best part of this channel. They're uncouth and ignorant. Agreed. Agreed. Do you think him being married makes it easier for him to live in Kuwait? Like, can he get nicer family apartments now? So even if he can't get to Canada, he's okay being married for now? Yes. I actually read something in the Kuwait Times that they are restricting bachelors, that's what they call them, like single men, to certain areas. So they don't want single men living amongst the families. And even just like a married couple would be considered a family. So yes, I think there is benefit to that. Yeah. Hey, Cowboy Dog. Correct. His bank account has to have a certain amount for a business visa. Yes. And I remember when my former partner came here just for a visit. He wasn't looking to come here to live. You know, he has kids. He can't live, you know, he can't come. He's got kids there. I mean, you know. But when he went to the U.S. Embassy in Cairo for his interview, just for a tourist visa, he had to show all of his finances, and he had to prove that he had legit reasons for him to return to Egypt. Because someone who has nothing to lose and just wants to take off, like, are you really going to come back? You know? So yeah, he's going to have a certain amount of money. He's going to have reasons to go back there. He may not be the best candidate in general to enter Canada with the money, and, you know, he doesn't have a business there that we know of. He is listed as a partner on Tivaldar, but that's really, it seems to be only on paper. Like, what are your reasons for returning to Kuwait? Do you have any? Is anything really holding you here besides like your dad and your family? Been here since the makeup days, and she has evolved into something else. Yeah, you've been around here too, Green Dragon. That's so cool. You guys have like all the lore, all the history. Those kind of tourists are the ones who give tourists a bad name. Uncouth. I love that word, uncouth. Rude, but you have to tolerate because they bring money in. Ugh, that's the worst. It takes over a week of hiking to get to base camp. She has no idea. She was like, yeah, she even said the other day, I could walk for a little while, then like sit and rest for a little while. Honey, there aren't benches. There aren't park benches on Mount Everest. You're not going to sit and have a picnic. Like, you know, a comfortable, oh yeah, don't they have like, you know, she doesn't know. It's just words, you know. I had a fast beginning to my relationship with my partner, but I can't even fathom being with them for a year and not knowing his culture. Yes. Yep. Try to learn so much about the Muslim faith. It's very interesting and enlightening. And I know a lot about the Buddhist faith, Hindu faith. It's just, she says because she's Muslim, she wouldn't even explain anything, which is so ignorant. We're very firm in our beliefs, therefore we won't be discussing. It's like, well, if you're so firm in your belief, you should be able to discuss any religion, any way of thinking, and not be threatened by it. Like, what? That was so odd to me. Like, and it's just disrespectful. So why are you even there? Why are you even there? Oh, we're here to show you the architecture. Well, the architecture is a lot of carvings of figures of people. Can you explain who they are? No, it's against our religion. No. It just, you know, it's just one of the reasons my channel is here. She just makes Muslims look bad if you don't really know what she's all about. Christy Cakes, I feel so bad because I'm not Muslim, but I found myself using Arabic Muslim words in my everyday life now because of Chantal and her antics. Hey, Christy Cakes, as long as you're using them correctly and not like in a snarky way, because, you know, I see some people doing that, and that's like, okay, you know, really. So there's nothing wrong with that. Like if you're telling your kids like hurry up and get dressed, if you say yalla, that's not a bad thing. I say yalla to my dogs all the time. That's when they know I'm serious. When I say yalla, come on, yalla. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a language. Or if you say, you know, we're gonna have chicken for dinner, inshallah. God willing, because it's in the future. There's nothing wrong with that. You have to feel bad about that. She's supposed to be showing her beezers these things some of us will never see. Yeah, right. Like, I don't know if I'll probably, you know, I've never had much of a desire to go to Asia in general, except for maybe like the like India, maybe. But even then, not sure. So I probably won't go. You know, and I'm like, you know, I'm not a spring chicken. So like, you know, when I think of the places I want to travel, it's just never really interested me. I've got nothing against, you know, the region, obviously the people, you know, like, but it would probably be the most that I would learn about Thailand is through her vlog. Like, oh, how interesting. But I'm getting frustrated. And it's not even a place that I really had on my list to go to. But I'm getting frustrated with the lack of like, can you explain what we're looking at here? Can you slow down and show us some things? It's like, it's so frustrating. Are you serious? All you need to know is that he's in deep for a long con. Cowboy Dog, I know you absolutely have this point of view because you have seen from the other side the men who were looking for. If you don't know Cowboy Dog, by the way, she has an awesome channel. You're going to have to learn to like the song 5 Margaritas if you don't already. If you don't already, all right, you're going to be hearing that often, okay? But it's hilarious, okay? But Cowboy Dog is from Turkey. She's Turkish. And it's not Arab, but it is Middle East. And she knows men who have done similar things or have talked about, I don't want to say that, you know, you've known people who have done this. I mean, that's probably way over speaking. But you know the mentality of a person like Salah wanting to become a Canadian citizen or resident. And the things that Salah might do to get there. You know one man that's actively doing it now in the US. Wow. I feel like men are just different creatures. I can't pretend to be attracted to anybody. I don't care what they have. You know, I can't. It shows on my face. You know, I can't help it. But like Cowboy Dog, okay, let me ask you this, Cowboy Dog. Do you think, now everybody clutch your pearls for a second, okay? Clutch your pearls. Do you think that he has had sex with her? Like, how could they not have? How would Foodie Beauty see that as a serious relationship if they haven't? You know? Because I can't picture him doing that. And I'm not talking about like the bodies together or the mechanics of it, not that, but just like I can't see a young guy. I mean, we know too much about him now to think of him as a good-looking guy. You know, once you get to know people, it's like, not so much. But objectively, take a step back. When they first met, he was a pretty decent-looking guy. I was shocked. Like, him having sex with her? Do you really think so? I don't know. I firmly believe he has allowed her to perform on him after she whined his head off over not being a real couple. Long con. Okay. I was thinking he might like come up with a bunch of excuses, like maybe that he has ED, you know, dysfunction. You know, maybe. But like, do you think they kiss? I just can't picture it. I can't. Because he seems like he's fairly hygienic. Like, does he tell her to go brush her teeth? I say that because he's so squeamish with foods, tastes, and smells. Exactly. That's what I was wondering. Like, I really can't see it happening. Ugh. Okay. But it really is going to be a long con. It's going to be years. Years before she pays off her debt to the Canadian Revenue Agency, right? Years. Then they've got to be married for like 3 years. She has to have money. He has to have money. Like that could be 5 years from now. Is it that worth it to him? I changed my mind. I think he will come to Canada. Really? All right. Are you going to do a live stream about this? Because I am very interested in your thoughts on this. Because I know a little bit about scams, but not like to the extent that you do. Like you have like knowledge. You should. Next time you go live, I would like to hear about this. Like, you know, like in depth. In depth. Because you definitely have like a perspective that I think the community isn't hearing. I think, yeah. See? Yeah. 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 I'll be watching. I hope so. That would be very valuable. Okay, Steffi Jenks, have a great night. He's a giving opportunist like Nader. Yes. Yes. We should panel up. That would be fun. That would be fun. For what it's worth, I do not get vibes from him. Maybe awkward or inexperienced or not into it. Possibly. I don't know. I've been watching this stuff happen for years. I got Proposition 2. Okay. Yeah. And they don't have to be married, just domestic partnership for Canadian residency. Really? Okay. I know he says he won't leave her, but I wonder what would happen if someone approached him with legit paperwork already done to get him to Canada. I think he'd be gone in a heartbeat. A heartbeat. Like, is it so bad in Kuwait? Is it that bad to spend the next 5 years with her? With her? It hasn't even been a year yet, and he's already aged 5 years. You know? I can't imagine how it would be worth it. Fadnama says, I've immigrated to Canada from the US. It took 2 years to receive my PR something residency, maybe? And I could not enter the country until it was finalized. And that was as a spouse of a Canadian citizen. Wow. 2 years. And you could literally walk over the border. Wow. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's pretty serious. I stand firm in my theory that he is in constant contact with people in Canada that will help him escape, find a job, studio apartment. Cowboy Dog, that's the first time I'm seeing you say that. Permanent resident. Thank you. PR is permanent resident. Okay. We need your knowledge, Cowboy Dog. I love the 5 margaritas. I do. But we need some of this too. Because we need some insight. Like, what the hell is going on there? You know? If he's not a citizen and doesn't have as many rights as Kuwaiti, his eyes are on the prize. I can't imagine how bad it's going to be for him in Kuwait, for him to endure this. I can't. The real question is, that's a good point, is Chantal going to be around in 5 years? In my personal opinion, probably not. Missy Mood made the offer. Missy Moo. God. She's nuts. Canadian passport worth more than gold. Do you think, because he was on international Tinder, so he was clearly looking for a foreign woman. Do you think he had interest in like the UK? Would he have accepted a woman from the UK, from the US? Or even like maybe Italy or Germany. Also, my spouse had to prove he could support me financially for 3 years. House, savings, assets, etc. Okay. Yeah, right. Right. I have heard that. And Chantal cannot do that. She can't prove that. He's not a refugee, Sally Kim. He was born and raised in Kuwait. He is not a refugee. Right, Fatnama, Chantal cannot do that. And she probably would never be able to do that. I think she talks about like the income she made during those times with Nader, and like tries to make people think like she still makes that kind of money. She doesn't. She doesn't. I know an Egyptian guy who's married to a woman 10 years older, couldn't have kids, stayed 3 years and 1 week after he got green card. He was out. Oh my God. That's awful. She must have been devastated. What nationality was she, Sunset Beats? Wow. Oh my God. Wow. That just like, it blows my mind. Wow. I'm just trying to process that. I suspect he's been trying for years, and this is the first mark that bit the bait. I could see that. Yeah, I could see that. George, if you could, you'd move to Canada. The US sucks now, to be honest. I'm sure things about Canada suck too, though, you know? No place is perfect. Who knows? Are you sure? I could swear I heard him say he was born in Syria? No. No, no, no. No. He has said that he was born in Kuwait. Actually, in this video we just watched, Chantal said he was born in Kuwait. I don't know how we could prove that. Salah has the easiest excuse. I realize now I want my own kids. Bye-bye, Chantal. You're absolutely right. And what could she say? Muslims can't adopt. And she doesn't like kids anyway, even if she pretended. Holy Spirit, kill the visual. Yeah. Wow. She was a white American, Sunset Beats. Oh my God. Was she, did you know her? Or like, have you seen a picture of her? Was she attractive? I know. I mean, I've met some women, and I only mean met, like I didn't become friends with them. I remember being at a local mosque. It was a couple years ago. And there was a white woman, you know, right from where I'm from. And I introduced myself to her. I think she was, yeah, she had to have been wearing hijab. And she said she was there with her husband. And I was like, oh, where's your husband? He's from Morocco. Well, he had to be like 15 years younger than her. And the way she was talking to him, I actually even said this to her. The way she was talking to him, it sounded like she was talking to her son. She was like admonishing him about stuff. Don't do that. Da, da, da. I'm like, you talk to him like he's your kid. Kind of half joking, but it was true. Like, he will definitely be out of there after 3 years if that's what it takes. Definitely. They didn't even look like they belonged together at all. And talking to him, like, not like a partner. This will kill Chantal emotionally when he leaves. Yeah. I don't think we're going to see that, though. I just have a feeling we're not going to get to that. OB seal clap pondu. Wait, why not? Why not about what? I might have missed something. Oh, why can't Muslims adopt kids? Yeah, that's not a thing. So you can't take in a child that there's a ton of orphanages, and you can't adopt. You can like sponsor, kind of. Like you could pay for a child's education and housing and all of that, but you can't take them under your roof. And it has something to do with like not knowing who the father is. Like if you don't know who the father is, if it's an orphan, that can create issues. My understanding is one of the reasons is that further down the line, as all the family grows up and has their own kids, and this person has their own kids, you don't know where their true origin is from. So you can't give them your last name. So there's no like true adoption. But people like sponsor people, like kids in orphanages. I've been to an orphanage in Egypt. Like will pay for everything for a kid, but they're not going to go live with them. We question how someone can be so cruel. Men who do this look down on rich white women and only see them as a means to an end. Oh my God. Wow. So they just see them as suckers, right? 90-day fiance type of deal. Wow. That's so, I don't know. I know people are people, you know. People are gonna people. Yeah, I know her. We still talk. I mean, not attractive. I don't want to be rude, but no 30-year-old Arab man wants to be with a 46-year-old woman who can't have kids. That's just a fact. Yes, agree. Yeah, that is. No matter what they say. No matter what they say. No. No. She has said more than once we can adopt. Yeah, she's wrong. She knows they can't. She's talking to her current audience. She has a couple of new people coming into the audience. She's talking to them, but they can't. She knows that. He knows that. They can't. Question for Cowboy Dog. There are people who go into that kind of arrangements with both parties aware that's only an arrangement, right? I mean, we talked about that during one of my streams, that some of us have been asked to do that and given, offered a lump sum of money with both people knowing. That absolutely happens. Yes, definitely. If you date younger men and treat them like children, don't be surprised when they act like it. Yes. Yeah, don't be a mommy, you know? No. She will turn him into the enemy once he's gone. Oh, absolutely. Then he'll become the abusive Arab that, cheated on her and beat her up and all this stuff. Oh, yeah, there'll be all kinds of... Yeah. I suspect Chantal really believes he fell in love with her. You do? Yeah, she probably does. I'm curious, what is the reason he's giving her for not having marital relations with her? Maybe he's saying he's got a dysfunction. He's got to come up with something. It's been almost a year. Then she will say he was controlling, abused her, took advantage, the usual. Of course. Yes, of course. Marwa, I agree. I know there are people like this out there, There are women like this out there too. Like, oh, this guy's got money. He can do this for me, that for me. I can pretend to love him. I could never. I don't know. I can't even fake it. That's crazy and mean to make it evil where you can't adopt a child. It's not evil. Obisio Clap Pandu. It's just a different culture, a different religion than you're not used to. The child can still be 100% provided for. It's just not what you're used to. That doesn't make it evil. You'd have to learn more about it, I think, maybe. And I'm not saying you have to accept it. You don't have to accept any of this. I'm not here to try to make people revert to Islam. That's not at all my purpose here. We don't even do that as Muslims. So I don't expect people to just accept things for as they would for their own life. I'm just telling you how it is. Chantal thinks drive-through people who are nice to her are in love with her. Yeah, right. The guy handing her the bag of fries and burgers. Right. The guy at the gas station. So just imagine what she's thinking about Salah right now. Anyone that gives her attention. Yeah. Those men that look down at every woman. Yeah. Yes, exactly. I hate to even type it out. There's a resentment there we can't comprehend. Some are kinder, but still scamming. Wow. I mean, look at, like, a woman in her 20s that marries an 80-year-old man. Do you think she's attracted to him? And they might have a few things in common to talk about, but, is she really there for an equal partnership? No, probably not. So it's like vice versa. Who in their right mind would willingly let Chantal be responsible for another human? Yeah, she can't be responsible for herself, or animals, or people. Nothing. They can't adopt. Thank you, Sunset Beats. I don't know a ton about this. You can sponsor a child, provide for them, take care of them financially, visit them, but you can't adopt. It just isn't a thing, right? Thank you. Remember what Pete said, when Chantal decides something, it's as good as done in her mind. Wow. What if they find a child whose parents can't take care of them? Can they take the child in? No. I don't think so. I remember the last time we had this conversation, it was months ago, and I remember someone had a question similar to this, like, what if you do know who the dad is and the mom? Can you? And I don't know the answer. I don't know. If someone else knows, feel free. That's how this started. Then in true Chantal form, she fell in love and hopes he will too. Yep. Brace for all the racist slurs once he bounces. Oh, God. I'm sure. Well, that'll be awful. Awful. Fran says, thank you. Are you serious? You helped me. I usually listen to music, but the elliptical is in my husband's office. Oh, yeah. And he's working? Well, good. I'm glad. It's always nice to have something good to listen to when you exercise. Blondie believes they've done it at least once. I just can't see it. I can't see it. But remember, we did a retro react to them walking around that urban park, and she looks absolutely smitten, as if they did. That's how she looks, as if they did. I mean, I don't know. I mean, would they might even, I don't believe I'm going there, but maybe they might even have to consider the marriage consummated. Possibly. Not that anyone would know. Sunset Beats, it's rampant. I had a guy ask me to be his secret second wife. That, my folks, is haram. Cannot be secret. Cannot be secret. He can have up to 4 wives, but it can't be secret. Yeah, a guy I worked with offered me, I think it was $9,000 or $6,000, something. It was an odd amount to marry him, and for citizenship. And I knew his wife and everything. Thank you, Fadnama. No penetration, just a handy. You sent a super chat for that. That's hilarious. No penetration, just the handy. Maybe, yeah, possibly. Thank you, Fadnama.
Oh yeah, baby.
Oh yeah, baby. Thank you so much. That's hilarious. I mean, I could see that, I guess, right? If anything. Oh my God. Too funny. Wow. Yeah, I set the depth of field to kind of high for these fruits, so some are going to come straight up to the front. It's kind of cool, huh? Yeah, in some ways, it's good that Salah's got pretty basic interests. They can bond over Jim Carrey and horror movies, and that is about it. That is it. Yes. I just can't. It would be so stressful for me to fake how I felt or who I was for that length of time. That would be so stressful. If any man is sending you "We Are Soulmates" link after speaking for 2 days, run, of course. But they know how to pick these women too, right? It's like that channel, I think it's called Catfish, but it's not the MTV one. and it's about scammers. And the people are in such denial. It doesn't even matter what these people do to them. They stay in denial. Exactly. I just want him to fake love me. Like this guy, you know, sending this, like, I don't know how these people think, like, you know, it's great to have self-confidence. But let's say on a scale of 1 to 10, you might be like a 3 or a 4, right? Hey, maybe you have a sparkling personality, 3 or 4, right? And you're 20 years older than the person. And you're getting a picture of an actual model, like a Victoria's Secret model. These guys truly feel like that's possible and that she's totally into him. This guy's sending her money, money, money. Oh, I booked her a flight. I sent her the money to get the flight. He didn't book it for her. He sent her the money. She missed her flight and didn't come. Okay. Oh, my mom's having surgery. I need this amount of money to have it done. They want the payment up front. Okay. I mean, and they just keep giving and giving and giving. It's shocking. There was a woman that sold her house to be able to keep sending this guy gift cards. Gift cards. I mean, what? Allah said they did it? How does he know? Allah said they did it? Come on. How would he know that? Oh my God. What? Oh my God. I feel bad for Salah. Kinda. You know, if he had to do that. Ugh. Ugh. Christy, she always looks at him lovingly. She looks like he's fed up. He looks like he's fed up with life. Yeah, he looks over it, been over it. I think the one time was why they did it. The one time to consummate it. Oh my God. I can't imagine. Okay, really, Mom. We'll no doubt see you again before I log off for the month next Monday. Okay, I absolutely hope so. I'm glad you got a tune up and everything. Sounds like you're good to go. All right, we'll see you soon. Thank you. After my divorce from my kid's dad, I had males younger than some of my kids. They'd say it's just a number. Yeah, it's anyone says that, BS. Yeah, with having 7 kids to raise, I wasn't looking for another kid, was looking for a partner. Yes, absolutely. I feel like anyone who says age is just a number is absolutely focused on the age. I've dated younger men that never said anything like that. And we truly, you know, had like, you know, decent time, like things to talk about, everything. Faith Pandu, when I thought about the amount of times I've heard of Amish boys, especially teenagers, getting caught. Come on. Please don't with that. Please don't. Would you mind deleting your comment? I can't find it right now. I don't want that discussed or even thought about. I don't need that image in my mind, nothing. I found it. Yeah, I shouldn't have to put that in the rules. No talk of bestiality, but apparently I do. So yeah, please, yeah, that's not going to be discussed here. We love animals here. And I'm not saying, you know, people do all kinds of stuff, but we don't have to talk about it here. He's stuck in a fupa role. That could be. What if he actually, you know, consummated the relationship in a fupa role and it wasn't actually the thing? You know, is it still considered consummated? Maybe that's why he overfeeds her on carbs, so she knocks out when the sugar spikes. I think he just feeds her to keep her happy, because she gets pretty cranky when she's craving something and can't have it. I truly think Chantal is giving some slobby knobby. I mean, she clearly has an oral fixation, so maybe. Maybe. He's so predictable in a sense, a copy and paste of men I met. Yes. He does come across as rather generic. Like nothing that really stands out about him. Scamfish. Thank you, Peachy Keen. That's exactly what it is. Scamfish. I love that channel. It's so good. I love the investigation part and how they present the evidence. Like, okay, look, like they put so much in front of these people and they still don't believe it. They still don't. Oh, I don't know. I went after a man that's older than me, and we moved in a month after dating, and we are celebrating 11 years in November. That's awesome, Christy. Well, older men and younger women is more the norm, right? Congratulations. That's wonderful. Poison Petty 4. Once I turned 40, my Facebook started being flooded with messages from guys from overseas, and my age isn't even public. They just knew somehow. Wow. I guess they think once you're older, you might have more money, you're more established, you might have a home. My friend almost fell for a hot pilot scam until he asked for her bank details. Oh, God. Wow. Alas said, did Salah and Chantal do it? He said, of course they did. She paid lots of money. Come on. Where did that happen? Where was that said? Where was that said? Oh my God. Oh, of course she did. She paid lots of money. Well, do you remember back in the villa, she had this young Moroccan guy come there, and she was live streaming and eating. Like, she bought him food too. And he was just sitting there, like he was off camera. But it seemed like he was just sitting there watching her eat, and he didn't want to eat anything. You remember that? Or you remember Allah saying that? Yeah. And he was like, no, I like to eat my food when it's hot. And she was like, oh, okay. And she just kept like stuffing her mouth. And then she finished and she was like, okay, do you want to go upstairs? Oh my God. I was like, that poor guy. How much are you paying him? And she said that she targets men that don't have citizenship because she knows they are vulnerable. That's a predator. That is a predator. She did the same thing in a hotel with a random Middle Eastern man. Yeah. I mean, like what? He started talking to his friend on the phone and said some stuff. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. I watched that live. I was like, is she doing what I think she's doing? Like, she just paid for a man to come over and, and he didn't even want to eat. He said they did it 3 times. The smirk made it real to me. Ew. 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 She's a known pred. That's why so many don't feel sorry for her. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, Aunt Phyllis famously pointed out the vulnerable field workers for conquest in Foodie Beauty's car vlog. Yep. Like migrant workers, like picking apples or, I mean, really. Mesquine? I don't know what that means. Allah said Salah had to take medicine to be able to do it with her. No way. What? Oranges. Are you serious? I didn't even realize I just said my channel name. Are you serious? Oh my God. Oh my God. I would imagine so. He'd have to take something. Because he wrote on a Facebook post like 10 years ago that he thought a woman that was 200 pounds, he called her like a cow or something. And I mean, so he's clearly not just like into like, bigger women. A lot of guys are. Like he was just not even like, at all. I think they think women over 40 and are unmarried are desperate. Okay, that makes sense. Because, in the Middle East, if you're an older woman and like never married, that would be like, what's up with her? Must be something wrong type of thing. Okay. Because that doesn't exist in their culture, really, right? I don't think. Mesquine is poor guy. Oh, okay, nice. I mean, for me, I see it as a sign of strength. It's not poor me whatsoever. I see people in relationships that they shouldn't be in and can't afford. Oh no, I'm back. I just got kicked off. I don't know why. All right. Yeah, I see people who are in relationships that shouldn't be and they can't afford to leave. And I feel like that is what's sad, not living on your own and being happy with it, like totally okay with it, and not wanting even to have somebody. You remember it too. Okay, so this was an actual thing. My God. All right, I'm going to have to review some material then. Oh. Aunt Phyllis is a creep. When you say men as young as 12, yeah, a 12-year-old is not a man. Creep. Creepy Phyllis. Disgusting. What's wrong with them? These bananas are way too much. I'm going to scale them back a little bit. They're taking over the whole thing. Oh, yeah, they're weird. Yeah, someone said earlier they look like maggots, so I made them bigger. Those watermelon need to be bigger for sure. Watermelon slices should be bigger than bananas. I mean, logically. Yeah, 12-year-olds are not men. Before he shut down his socials, his IG was filled with women he was friends with. Small, Asian, cute, white, etc., young. I'm sure that would be normal, right? Like if he had like a cougar type of thing going on, or, older woman type of thing. Like, okay, but he doesn't. He didn't. Allah also said Salah had to use hot sauce. What? Excuse me? What? No. No. Oh my God. I'm just thinking way too many details that I don't need to have in my head. It's better to be alone than to wish you were. 100,000%. Yes. He said that. Oh my God. Hot sauce? Like, is she just very large or is he just very small? What the hell? Dear Lord. I don't want to have those thoughts. Her aunt was also in the chat all the time at the beginning too. That's why I've always wondered if she had something to do with introducing them. I wouldn't rule that out at all. That's very possible. Yeah. And what about people had the theory that that this is like Salah's uncle was in Canada and met up with Chantal. And the uncle said to Chantal, oh, I've got a nephew back in Kuwait that you might be interested in. Is there any validity to that, do we think? We got a good group in here right now to discuss this. So I'm getting all my questions in. You miss a lot. Yeah, he went live like last week. And he said he was making a new channel. And he said he put it in the description. He didn't. And then he put a link like in the title. And it was the same exact channel that he was streaming from, like his regular one. So I don't know what's up with that. He said he was going to make a new channel. A lot was joking about the hot sauce. Okay. Thank God. Mama Mayhem, I think that was a joke. I think the hot sauce comment was a play on her being food. Oh, wow. Yikes. Can we be real for a second? We can be real all the time. She did no hormone replacement. Right. Radical hysterectomy with no hormone replacement. She's in menopause with no sex drive. Oh. And she takes citalopram which is in the States, it's called Lexapro, and that is known to have side effects of a lowered libido. Wow. Wow. So she's not even interested, you think? Like she just wants the affection? Wow. This is getting interesting. Because these are things like I've kind of pondered like a little bit, and then I'm like, I don't need to think about that. But I think we're putting some things together here. There's some woman on Twitter who insists that she had an established relationship with Salah's family. Yeah, but who was that on Twitter? There's a lot of wackadoos on Twitter talking a lot about this kind of stuff. Kind of depends who it is, I think. Oh, that the person on Twitter had an established relationship with Salah's family. Okay. Oh, I wonder who that is. Maybe she wants the appearance of being desired. Of course she does. Of course she does. Oh, that's awesome. I've been making chili and cornbread for dinner today. That's fantastic. It sounds good, Jenny Turley. I also made banana bread. Can we come over? Do you mind? That sounds delicious. I've been love doing my housework while listening to you. Best channel I've come across. You should be proud. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's so nice to hear. I'm glad it's having, a little bit of an impact. Like people are enjoying it. That's fantastic. Makes my time worthwhile, Thank you. And your dinner is going to be incredible. Sounds so good. Thank you, Jenny. She wants to show she can snag a young guy. That's all that matters. Well, yeah, she said that a lot in the beginning. Like, oh, what you think an obese woman can't snag a young hot guy? Like she was saying that. Like that's all it is to her. Like that's all he is to her. She probably doesn't even care about his personality, really. Where's your estrogen? Apparently still in the drawer, never taken, I guess, for her. Wow. You'll send me a DM on Twitter? Thank you, intensive purposes. I appreciate that. Thank you. They are really married, right? I do believe so, Fran. I do believe so. It would be extremely foolish for them not to be in that country. Very foolish. And it would be foolish of him if we're really going with like he just wants to live in Canada, which is extremely likely, he would want to marry as fast as possible to get that time, like start the time clock. Like boom, on this date, okay, 3 years from now, he would want that to be as quickly as possible. And in the culture, to live together, you have to be married. So that worked out for him. And she's always wanted to be married and to say, my husband, my husband, my husband. So that worked out for both of them. And he probably just said, I love you so much. I know that you're the one. You're my soulmate. She was like, oh my God. And they did it. Got married, Chantal's number one fear besides not eating is being alone. Yeah, I could see that. Yep. I think Foodie was touch-starved and was seeking connection through gross sexual encounters after Frank started her weird spiral. Yeah, she was really, going all out for a while. Then people were like, are these men even real? Like, how can you have so many, how can you have so many dates? Like, there are a lot of good-looking, really decent women with, like, their lives together that don't have that many dates. So, he married her 2 days after she touched down. They got engaged after a week or two of talking. Oh, my God. Well, Mama Mayhem, I think that answers the question. I'm genuinely curious of how Chantal fell for the scam. She's desperate. And I don't think she can discern when something isn't genuine. Some were absolutely fake, yeah. Yeah, she's, I don't think she's that bright to begin with. And then you add emotion onto that and not having critical thinking skills, and then boom, done. No problem. And he apparently keeps telling her that he has no intention of going to Canada. Because that's what she says. Oh no, we're not going there. No need. I'm living here. He sponsored me. Well, he didn't sponsor anybody because he can't. He's not a Kuwaiti national. She was affectionately neglected during her formative years. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Seems like a pretty challenging childhood, and that if you don't deal with it, that will absolutely affect you in adult life. Mm-hmm. Because she's desperate and delusional. Yep, pretty much. And this was after Nader, so she probably wanted to show him that some man wanted her, even if he didn't. I'm sure there were multiple factors. She is also profoundly mentally ill, potentially. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I think she could be considered almost, if she wasn't a predator, a vulnerable individual, because she knows nothing about finances, doesn't even question what things cost. Like, someone could really take advantage of her. But she's a predator, so I don't really care. All of the big girls have a fear of being alone. They understand how precarious their health and safety is at their size. Yeah. And they've got to be codependent to some extent, Yeah, they're not going to be mentally healthy or emotionally healthy. And at this point, to admit it's a scam would be so injurious to her pride. And where would she go? Like, she locked herself into this. Let's say she has figured it out. Where would she go? It doesn't sound like she's got a lot in savings. How are you going to go back to Canada and just like rent a new apartment and keep, maybe she couldn't. Her mother doesn't want her staying with her. You think she likes to act dumb? Definitely. That too. Sometimes it's hard to tell if she's really that dumb or she's just pretending. Yeah. Yeah. Well, her dates just wanted to hook up. Good-looking, successful women are choosier and aren't usually interested in just sex. That's true. That's true. If you're touch-starved, go get a massage, hug someone, don't sleep with crackheads, please. That's an excellent piece of advice, Poison Petty 4. I love that. Yeah, don't get involved in an international scam. She was trying to pull off Sagittarius Shorty content by making Tinder date videos. Then she met Nader, and she started the crackhead chase. Yeah. Yeah, Saggy had the corner. That was her niche. No one was better than Saggy at that. And she went with the typical stereotype that all Middle Eastern men take care of everything. Right. Oh, she's definitely at some points like deluding herself. How could she not know a little bit more about some things, being 10 years older than him? She must. But she's like, that's okay. I'm just the princess. He takes care of everything. I'm hands off. Yeah, she's deluding herself also. Chantal is codependent. She hasn't lived alone ever, I don't think. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think Chantal plays dumb? Does she play the oh help me woman in need type deal? Yeah. Oh, we've seen that. Yeah. I mean, we were talking about that the other day. John Galt mentioned it. Like, why does she do this like I'm scared thing? I'm scared. Walking down the stairs. I'm scared. Stepping up on the boat in the boat graveyard. I'm scared. Like, are you really scared? And, as women, we know what's going on there. She's like, oh, I'm helpless and I'm the damsel in distress. And guys are going to be like, oh, I'll help you. Yeah. So, yes, I think she does do that on purpose. Mm-hmm. Yep. She acts like a damsel victim, all part of the manipulation. Yes. Mm-hmm. She can go back to Canada and live with Pete. Well, Pete is living somewhere else. He's living with a couple, renting a room. Like, I doubt she can move in there. You think they'd both move out, maybe? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I do think Pete will always take her back, no matter what. She has zero credit. Right. She'd need someone to sign for an apartment or house. You're right. But you're right. It's not just about money. Right. I definitely think Salah has been pocketing her money without him knowing. Without her knowing. She doesn't know conversion rates. He's definitely taking advantage. The way, and even, it's okay to be confused about something, but don't let on that you're literally that confused. You know? She trusts him, like, implicitly. Like, yeah, take my bank account, take my cash. Yeah. Oh, he's paying for everything, but it's your money mostly, I think, Chantal. You should know what's being spent. She pretends to be dumb, I think, just so people will do things for her. Yeah. I knew someone like that. Like that helpless act. Oh, it's okay. It's easier if I just do it for you. Okay, are you sure? Yeah. I remain shocked she didn't realize Nader was on meth most of the time when they did stuff. Yet she thought she was irresistible sex goddess. She does seem to be blind to a lot of things that are right in front of her. I mean, the tigers. How anyone watching that could see what was happening? Anyone. She just doesn't observe things. Saji is at least refreshingly honest. What you see is what you get with her. Yes, that's true. And she's doing a lot better. She's not really like doing that whole thing anymore. Yeah, I like her. Wait, do you need credit of good down payments for apartments in Kuwait, or is it just whoever has the money? I don't know. No clue. Histrionics, yeah. Same reason women used to pretend to faint. Like Scarlett O'Hara. I had an English teacher that I was supervising in Egypt pretend to faint in the courtyard after I had a talk with her. Yeah. I was like, wow, this really happens, huh? Really? I'm not impressed. At all. Just do your job. But everyone like rushed around her. Oh my God. What did she say to you? Like, I was like, I spoke to her in a professional way. Like, what's going on? Do you need help? She pretended to faint. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I can't believe the stuff I've lived through over there. Yes, she's scared of falling. I'm sure of it. The bigger you are, she's one sprained knee away from bedbound. That's true. She is. I think, yeah, you're right. She's not just confused. She doesn't learn. Right. Yeah, it's one thing if you're trying to learn and you're not picking it up. That's totally different than just like walking away from it saying, I don't know, and won't even look at it. Yep, I agree, Chrissy Cakes. She's openly said she does care to know and he can deal with all of it. That she doesn't care to know, right, Tara? Yeah. That's just unbelievable thinking to me. It really is. But he's a firm believer, you guys. Oh, yeah. Yes, he is. He's skimming off some, I'm sure. I would think so, Tangled Bliss. You know? Like, even if she decides to walk away, which we know she wouldn't, he might still have like a little bit of a nest egg for every little bit that he's skimmed off the top. Yeah. And even her food delivery gets ordered on his phone from Talabat. Look at that strawberry. Dang. Oh, it's a cherry. On Talabat, it's on his phone. The app is on his phone. And she said the reason for that is because they always have to call to find out like how to get to their apartment because it's got some wonky address. And she says, and he pays with his debit card. Well, you can't tell me that debit card doesn't have her money on it, right? Isn't coming there. So she never even she probably doesn't even see like a receipt. Even then, it might be printed in Arabic numbers, and she's probably not learning the numbers. So he could tell her, oh, yeah, the website had the wrong price. It was actually this. I mean, a couple dinar here and there would add up, I would think, right? I mean, I would hate to think that, but I mean, if he's playing a long con to actually get residency in Canada, what would stop him from doing something like that? I wonder if she thinks playing stupid makes her cute and in her head a dainty lady. I think so. Yeah. Salah is for sure pocketing money for when he leaves her. Get that bag, Salah. Oh, I love that he still stares at himself in the camera almost a year later. Yeah. It is something. He's really fascinated with himself. He really is. The moment he learned that she wasn't learning, I'm sure the skimming began. Like, if you're that, don't let people know. Makes sense why she thinks Thailand is expensive. Mary Reed, you're right. You're right. I know, Panda Pandu, but I'm talking about like I know, but I'm talking about the actual numbers as they are in the Arabic language. I know. They are different, quite different. Yeah. Thinking about all this is crazy. I love learning and I absolutely know where all my money goes. I mean, some people get weird about admitting to people that they don't understand something. And, if you feel like that, try to get over it because you're never going to learn if someone doesn't just explain it to you. And nobody knows everything. You've been live for 4 hours. I have no idea how. Slim Jim, no clue. Almost 5, actually. That's a record. We're having such a good conversation in here. And there's people in here who have like a lot to add to the conversation. So it's like, I don't want to even, I don't even want to stop. Like, seriously. Oh, wow. Am I caught up? Cool. Like I remember, what was it? I'd go nuts if I couldn't interpret something by learning, especially when it came to finances. I know. Someone once stated how shocking it is that she has no interest in things, no curiosity. Even when she travels, it's so vapid and surface. I really, that's probably the main thing that I cannot wrap my head around. You looked up the names of the fruits. You didn't think to just go down a little bit further to see how they're eaten or how to prepare them? Nothing? You're folding the laundry, enjoying the conversation? That's awesome. I can't believe still people still think this wasn't all a scam. That's crazy. So glad people can realize it. Yeah, a lot of people can and do see it. Definitely. Why are you shaking your head, Sam? We did a lot of things, not just this. Do you have a problem with that? She has a huge interest in weed. That one time she did a huge haul and then explained everything in detail, and she was so excited, life in her eyes. Yeah, that's sad. Kinda, I guess. I don't know. It's so weird that she has no interests or hobbies. I know. It is weird. Nothing. Like nothing. I remember I was buying a car, And there was something about the financial part that I didn't really get. And I wasn't sure if I even wanted the car. I sat down with the salesman and I said, I'm going to write a list of pros and cons because that's how I make decisions. You know, once I see it on paper, it's much easier for me. Like pros and cons, you know, the price, the, you know, this, what I don't like about the car, what I do, what I think will be good, blah, 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 right? And then I didn't understand because I have my own financing always. And I'm like, you're still going to go through my credit union, but it's going to be through you. But I have already secured it. Like, how does that work? And we sat down and he just like walked me through everything. He added some things to my pros and cons. And then we went out on a date. But what I'm saying is, like, don't be afraid to ask. If you don't understand and you are spending some money, like you're putting out a good chunk of money, you should understand everything that's happening. And I wouldn't have bought it if I didn't fully understand all of it. Like if I had like the slightest like, might be kind of pulling a fast one, I'll just walk away and think about it overnight. You know, I don't ever feel pressured. Oh, well, that's a whole story. I mean, he had a beautiful smile. He was like 6'5". Oh my God. I'm a lot shorter than that. Yeah. We went out a couple times. But then one of our dates ended very, it was quite a thing that happened. Sam R. I wonder if that's even going to come across. Sam R, why are you even here? Really? I mean, are you that bored? There's no one else on? I'm just going to boot you. That's annoying. Yeah. But yeah, we had an incident on our last date. It had nothing to do with me, but something happened and I was there and I'm like, oh, this isn't going to work out at all. Not at all. Hey, Angel of Glass, how's it going? I used to do the F and I in car sales. Oh, like finance and what? I take more time with people than the salespeople do. I take my time so they know everything. Yes, that's so important. And you're going to get more referrals to the dealership if people feel like they were treated fairly, you know? TMI, you're out. Bye. TMI about what? God. There's gotta be someone else that's live right now that you'd rather watch. I don't know. No, he didn't mess his pants. No. It wasn't anything gross. It was just like, it told me a lot about his character and who he was. So I was like, oh, I'm good here. I'm good here. You get 90 Day Fiancé vibes from her? Yeah, I get them from him. Oh, no sound? Really? Oh, just a sec. All right, I'm back. I saw someone say no sound, so I just exited just in case. Do you think she will keep the hijab on after Salah is gone? I don't know. No idea. Yeah, I don't know. Because her hair's not going to grow back like to a normal place because of hormones. Like, would she just go back to like the regular head covering maybe? I don't know. No idea. I just keep getting the feeling like we're not going to make it that far to see. It's not going to go that far. The sound was fine. Okay. I just refreshed just in case, you know, just in case. The car salesman date? Oh. What about it? He was rude to waitstaff. Oh, yeah. No, nothing like that. No, he wasn't rude at all. No, he got pulled over for a DUI. Thankfully, I wasn't in the car with him. I was following him in my car. Thankfully. Yeah. But I didn't know where we were at all. And this was a long time ago. Like, I didn't have a cell phone. Oh, I might have, but no, I don't think I did. Like there was no GPS or anything. So I had to pull over behind him. Like, I don't know where I am even. So the cop came over and had a chat with me. I was like, oh, really? Okay, I'm good then. I'm good. All set. I had a date earlier and it was really great. And I'm seeing him again. And now I'm eating chicken nuggets. Awesome, Slim Jim. That's fantastic. Fantastic. Fran's going to step in the shower. Okay, I've been hooked on this page. I hope you're still here, but understand if you're not. Bye, Nesty Besties. Okay, have a great shower. I should probably do a deep conditioning mask today. I'm thinking. Oh, I'm going to use the L'Oreal Metal Detox today. If you were here during that stream, we talked extensively about that shampoo. Mm-hmm. Yes, we did. Either she's going to have a major health crisis or a visa situation, because it's going to cause it to end before she wants it to. Yeah, I would say so. Yes, something will happen. I definitely feel that too. Tangled Bliss, I do. Yeah. You listen to these streams in the shower sometimes? Yeah. Is that for color treated hair? Oh, Texas Voodoo. Yes, it is. It's fantastic. Yes. It's if you have like hard water. And I have a filter on my shower head, but still, my hairdresser was like, you got to do something here. Like I had like deposits in my hair from the hard water. And I had tried other things too, and they didn't work. But this thing, I really went in depth talking about this at one point. Everyone has to try Kristen S shampoo and conditioner. It's a little pricey, but so good. Awesome. I usually don't trust products that say detox, but a shampoo should be safe. It made a noticeable difference, not only to me, but to other people. They were like, your hair looks brighter somehow. I'm like, does it? It's not just me. I use all different kinds. I have a ton of different kinds in the shower, but the one I'm going to use today it's a professional L'Oreal product, but I bought it at the hair salon the first time. But now I get it from Amazon. It's L'Oreal Hair Metal Detox to remove metals from hard water. I also use, it's like a Sally version of Biolage. Use that. I got a couple. You need it? I can give you guys a link if you would like. It's a little bottle. It's only $13. Let me tell you, it is worth it. You only use it for like 2 weeks at a time. Don't use it as a daily shampoo. And I can't believe the difference. Like I would actually endorse this stuff, and I don't say that lightly. I've been using it for months. Yeah, I'll give you a link. Hold on. Just a sec. I'll find it for you. No worries. You stopped coloring several years ago. Can I ask why? I'm curious. Mm-hmm. Oh. I don't think I'd ever stop coloring. I've been coloring my hair since I was 14. I don't think I could now. I wouldn't. Well, I can't now because now I have some grays. I'm not going there. Nope. Never. Could she have messed up her visa, her e-visa? Oops. Could she have messed up her e-visa by listing him as her sponsor? Well, if she's on a tourist visa, she doesn't need a sponsor at all. It's just like if you were to go to Kuwait on vacation, you don't need a sponsor. There you go. That's from Metal Detox Shampoo. And so I'm going to do the hair mask, I think, this afternoon with that. I do it like Well, first time I used it was like, well, Poison Petit Four, I was considering that, actually. I looked into it a little bit. Potentially. I don't want people to think that like I would recommend a product because for some kind of commission, because I wouldn't do that, you know? So I don't think you get much anyway. I got one of those filters for the shower head. I did too. I got a pH test kit. The shower head adapter didn't change anything, so now I don't trust that kind of stuff. Interesting. Yeah, I had wondered if my shower filter was doing anything. I had wondered. Okay. I never colored. My aunt used to color, and it never looked natural, and I think it put me off. And maybe I'll get teal. I could see that. You like your white stripes? Kind of like Lily Munster, very silvery white. Cool. Yeah, if it looks like that, it's cool. Yeah. You're 50% gray, Okie doll. I'm young, but I've got a couple of grays. I wish my hair would turn all gray. That way I wouldn't have to bleach it when I dye it. Crazy colors. I stopped bleaching years ago. Just use natural dyes. Oh, wow. Your roots would annoy you. I feel that. When I was in Egypt, I had very, very, very light blonde hair. And it's not now. I don't even know what I would call it now. It's one of those things I'd have to ask people what color they think it is. I really don't know. Your gray is growing in. You can't wait? Really? Wow. Interesting. My mom and my grandmom didn't go totally silver until they're 90. So I have 30 years left. Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't think I can. Especially like I don't feel old enough to have, well, I am old enough to have gray hair for sure, but I don't feel like I'm old enough to have it show. Let's put it that way. Not yet. That'll probably be my last thing that I fight till the end of my life. One of my grandmothers, actually both of them dyed their hair right up until their last day. Yep. Your grandma was all silver by 27. I'm behind, but I like the stripes. Oh, yeah. If it's a stripe, that's gotta look pretty cool. Like Stacy, what's her name on that show? What Not to Wear. Like she had a white stripe, like in the front of her hair. It looked kind of cool. You bleach? Yeah, I used to bleach. No more of that. No. I will dye my hair until the day I go. Yeah, I don't know what I'll end up doing, but because I don't know how my gray hair would actually look if I did grow it out. So it might look good, might not. I'm thinking might not. You have 2 stripes. That's cool. I once heard gray hair means you are blessed by God. I don't know what kind of blessing, or if he's blessing with old age, but I always like the thought made me think gray hair is beautiful. That's very nice. I like that. My grandfather hated his gray. He would dye it black. Ah, nice. I just turned 50 and hoped I had been all gray, but not yet. Oh. Diane Woods just turned 57. Gonna keep coloring my hair. Your mother's 82 and still dyes her hair. Yeah. You will always dye your hair. Can't stick to one color forever. Yeah, I don't mind switching it up now and then. Mine was 70% white by 35. I'm naturally an auburn. Both of my kids have the same color hair. Wow. I think a lot depends on your complexion. I stopped getting tan when I got lupus. Sun's not good. So I'm pale. I'm very pale olive with very dark brown hair and white stripes. It all goes now. Yeah. Oh, wow. I see young people dyeing their hair to look like mine. Meanwhile, you're dyeing it to look like theirs. Yep, exactly. You always want what you don't have, you know? Straight hair people, they want curly hair. Curly haired people want straight hair, you know? Yep. Yep. You have to bleach because you have dark hair, then color it with blonde. Yep. That's what I used to do too. Double process. My mom is 78 and still has her natural color. Wow. I have gray. She doesn't. I'm kind of pissy about it, Archie. That's funny. Wow. Great documentary called Gray is the New Blonde. Oh. As I age, I'd rather have gray white than dye it bluish. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I could see that. Texas Voodoo. I just had to pull my ponytail around to see if more white has grown in. Nope, still dark. And George says shave it all off, like Chantal did, huh? Just like Chantal did. Shave it off. I could never. You know, unless I was losing it for some reason, then I might consider it, I guess, right? It'd be easier that way. Yep. All right, guys, I think that's going to do it for me for today. Thank you so much for joining me today. We spent a lot of time together. If you were here most of the time, thank you. Thank you for keeping me company. We had a lot of very good discussion, especially in this last hour or so, about what's actually happening there between those two. Yeah, I'm definitely Cowboy Dog. If you're still interested, I would definitely want to learn more about your thoughts on that for sure. Yeah. Okay, everyone. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll talk to you soon. Okay. All right. Bye.